Fox Sports.
We are La Force. We are Minnesota.
Last night, the Twins rallied in the 7th inning against the Cardinals. Logan Morrison started it off with a double. Byron Buxton laid down the bunt, and the wild throw ends up scoring Lomo. And then Bobby Wilson hit his first home run in more than a year and a half. It was a 2-run homer. The Twins got 3 runs in that 7th inning. They started down 1-0 and ended up winning the game 4-1. And this afternoon, we'll wrap up a quick 2-game series for the Twins and the Cardinals. The Twins tried to sweep the season series against St. Louis. Good afternoon on a gorgeous day here at Target Field. I'm Marnie Gellner. Today, Lance Lynn will get the ball for the Twins, trying to get himself right this season. Maybe a start against his former team is exactly the spark that Lynn needs. He spent 7 seasons with the Cardinals, pitched in 6 of those seasons. The ERA was 3.38 for Lynn during his time with St. Louis. He was a reliable innings eater during that time, too. And Lynn really downplayed facing his former team here today.
Both sides will be looking forward to it because they've got a lot of friends over there that don't want to get beat by me, and I don't want to get beat by them.
You watch those hitters a lot. Does that give you any advantage or any tips you can take from that, from having seen them so much?
They've seen me a lot, too, so it should be a good battle. They know what I like to do. I know what they like to do. It just depends on who executes the best.
Coming up, Lance Lynn will try to do what other Twins pitchers have done in this season series, and that's silence those St. Louis hitters. That's after this.
Presented by CenturyLink, connecting you to the power of the digital world. By Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us. And by Northland Ford. Visit buyfordnow.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. Man, is it a beautiful day for baseball at Target Field. Final game of the Interleague Series with the St. Louis Cardinals, who are having a terrible time up the Mississippi River here in Minnesota. They've won just 2 times in 13 games in Minnesota, counting, of course, the 1987 World Series when they lost all 4 games. This guy was a part of that team in 1987. Dick Bramer along with Roy Smalley. This apparent turnaround for the Twins started actually in Chicago, and we thought, well, we'll see how real this is, because the Twins are going to be taking on some really good baseball teams, including the St. Louis Cardinals. Well, so far they played outstanding and pitched awfully well against St. Louis.
They have played well. Pitching has been the key to it, though. Probably the best pitched games of the season for the Twins this year have occurred in these 3 games so far against the Cardinals. And when I say the best pitch, it was quality stuff and quality location from everybody, starters and relievers. They have just really silenced a very good Cardinal hitting attack. It's been very fun to watch. Lance Lynn will try to do it one more time.
Twins fans know all about the difficulty in scoring runs consistently without a key bat in the lineup. The Twins have played without Buxton and Sano a lot this year. And the Cardinals have had to play without Tommy Pham, but now they've got him back.
He's a real impact player at the top of the lineup. Leadoff hitter that's got a big on-base percentage, 400 plus. But he can hit the ball out of the ballpark a la Brian Dozier when Brian's been up there. He really is kind of the complete leadoff hitter for the St. Louis Cardinals. The Twins did not see him in St. Louis, and they'll try to hold him down today, too.
Twins starting pitching against St. Louis has been outstanding, and today, former Cardinal Lance Lynn will pitch against his old team. Do a better job of that perhaps here in the final game of this 4-game Interleague Series with the St. Louis Cardinals. They've limited the Cardinals lineup substantially. We'll see if the Twins can start getting the bats going a little bit. Lance Lynn was a great pitcher for the Cardinals for many years. He hit the free agent market. The Cardinals didn't show as much interest as Lance Lynn thought they should, and so he ended up settling on a 1-year deal with the Minnesota Twins. It has not gone particularly well, but there have been signs of improvement for Lance Lynn and the Twins in the first year of their marriage together. Mike Matheny in his 7th year as Cardinals manager. He took over for Tony La Russa. And the Cardinals, even though the Twins have handled them pretty well, still 5 games above the 500 mark and 1 game behind Pittsburgh and Milwaukee in the National League Central. The Menards batting order. Tommy Pham's leading it off. Jose Martinez, Paul DeYoung, Marcell Ozuna, Dexter Fowler, Jed Jerko, Matt Carpenter, Francisco Pena, and Greg Garcia.
The home furniture starting pitcher Lance Lynn on the mound for the Twins today. As Dick said, we've seen signs. His stuff plays, no question about it. He's got to control that strike zone.
And the numbers are, the high numbers are coming down. The lower numbers are coming up in terms of innings pitched. The walks are coming down. So we'll see how Lynn, who kind of pitches with a chip on his shoulder anyway, and he's got a little bit bigger size one on his shoulder, pitching against his former team. The Northland 4 defense for the Twins: Rosario, Buxton, and Kepler. A pitcher's dream in the outfield: Petit, Adrianza, Dozier, and Morrison on the infield. Mitch Garver doing the catching. Lance Lynn hoping to get on a bit of a roll here. 2 starts ago against the White Sox, he got the win, his first for the Twins. 6 innings, couple of runs allowed, but then a bit of a step back again. 4 2/3 innings against the Angels and 4 earned runs. Tommy Pham, Jose Martinez, and Paul DeYoung will hit for the Cardinals here in the first inning.
You mentioned just in the open of the show what an igniter, an impact player Tommy Pham can be, leading off a game.
Strike 1 on the outside corner. Pham did not play against the Twins in St. Louis a week or so ago. Swinging a foul, and that got Mitch Garver. For Lance Lynn, he broke in with the Cardinals in 2011. Full seasons of 2012, 13, 14, and 15. Elbow surgery in 2016. Came back and had a solid year last year with 186 1/3 innings pitched. Opponent batting average of .223. Well, Angel Hernandez motioning for somebody to come out of the dugout here to check on Mitch Garver, I believe. And Hernandez detecting something with Mitch Garver that he did not like after taking the foul tip on the mask. And Mitch says, appreciate it, big fella, but I'm fine. Take a look at the foul ball. Just off the side. You can see Garver's got that extender near his left ear, and that may have help minimize the impact. 2 strikes to Tommy Pham. Foul back.
Good sign so far. 3 straight strikes in locations that Lance Lynn wanted to throw the ball. So as I said, that's the main thing with Lance Lynn, has not been stuff. It's just been command.
And now a ball, 1-2.
See a 94-mile-an-hour fastball with that kind of down movement, and you say that stuff has got to play up here. There's no way that he can get knocked around, and it really has just been the walks and the 2 and 3 ball counts.
Now 2-2. In his career, about 4 walks per 9 innings pitched, which is a little high. And again, that number was inflated last year, but everyone thought the second year after the surgery that he'd be back to his more normal self, which was pitcher was pretty stingy with the walks. Missing inside, and now the count is full. So 3 strikes, now 3 balls, with Jose Martinez, the designated hitter, hitting next. Driven hard to left field, a solid single for Tommy Pham. And he's aboard, leading off the first.
And there's just a great example of what has plagued Lance Lynn. 6 straight fastballs there. And when you see a lot of fastballs and then you get a fastball count 3 and 2 and get one right down the middle, good hitter, major league hitter, supposed to hit that ball hard.
Sanford Health injury report involving Jason Castro, and bad news revealed today. The injury to his knee, in his right knee, more serious than expected, and Jason Castro is now lost for the season. Once they got in and took a look at the knee, they realized it was much more damage than they had thought. They are hopeful that he will be able to recover and be able to resume his career next year. So right now what you see is what you'll get with Mitch Garver doing most of the catching, and the off-season signing of Bobby Wilson, although it didn't garner any headlines, might prove to be a really good signing for the Twins. Wilson's been kind of a journeyman catcher, and he spent a lot of time in the minor leagues, including all of last year, and now he's going to be the backup catcher.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, the job he did catching Barrios last night was sensational. It's not noticed, it's not talked about except by people that know a lot about the game, and I will just tell you, he was fantastic behind the plate, calling the game, framing pitches, being enthusiastic. I thought he worked Barrios through every single inning last night.
Now Lynn struggling here with a 3-0 count to Jose Martinez. Down the middle, a strike.
What you can watch for here when watching Lance Lynn, I was talking with pitching coach Garvin Alston, and he said, you know, it's probably a result of the lack of spring training and all that, but pitcher's front shoulder starts flying open early, and you'll either pull the ball into the other batter's box, or the ball will get away from you up and in. If it gets a right-handed hitter, for example, it'll either be way up and in, or it'll be pulled way outside. Well, obviously opposite to left-handers, but that has been his mechanical issue. Just the front shoulder flying open, and the arm drags, and you either pull it way across to catch up, or you don't get it caught up, and it goes inside to right-handers, up and away to left-handers. That's what you can look for with Lance when he's not throwing the ball well.
Pham goes, and it's ball 4. There'll be runners at first and second. I think we just saw.
There's a great example. Yep, that's a great example of right there. The front shoulder comes open. You see right here as he delivers, he starts it open but closed, but then he opens it early, and to catch up, then he's got to whip it quickly. It's out of sequence, out of rhythm, and he whips it in the opposite batter's box.
And now Paul DeYoung will bat. Sometimes the way it's explained, I think it's the same thing anyway. Tell me if I'm wrong. I know with Jose Barrios, they were working on him motioning more north and south rather than east and west. Kind of the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Yep.
There's a cut fastball on the outside corner, a strike. The Cardinals in 3 full games against the Twins have scored 2 runs. 1 last night, and just 1 in the 2 games in St. Louis. And here they are in the first inning this afternoon. First and second, nobody out. Fastball gets a swing and a miss. And Martinez dives back to the bag with a bluff throw from Garver.
Another way to look at it, besides east and west and north and south, if you compare it to a hitter, a lot of times hitters are opening up too quickly, and they'll say, let your swing open you up. Don't open to swing. Let the swing open the rest of you. And for a pitcher, it has to stay over his back leg and get his arm moving before he opens his shoulders up to throw.
Pitch inside, but DeYoung protecting the plate fouled it to the screen. To the backstop, and a chance. Oh, Carver might have had a chance on either third or second base, but he didn't field to carry him off the limestone cleanly. A wild pitch, advancing Pham to third and Martinez to second.
Tried to throw a slider on the outside corner, and again, his delivery mechanics are just out of sequence enough to whip that ball. His arm has to catch up, and he whips that ball way further outside than he wanted, obviously.
1-2. And now 2-2. Lynn has averaged just about a strikeout per inning pitched in his big league career. And he's averaged a little over that this year. He could sure use one here.
Got it.
Was that a foul tip or a check swing? It was not a check swing, and strike 3 to DeYoung, and he got the first out on a strikeout, 1 away.
Well, we'll take a look at it. It looked to me like he swung. Slow motion from the side. I'm going to guarantee it's going to look like he did. Ooh.
Well, see,
Wow.
I thought I heard a foul tip. And actually, if it hit anything, it hit the sleeve of his uniform.
I really thought he offered at it, but if I were DeYoung, I'd be upset with that call too.
1 down, and now Marcell Ozuna.
But we'll take it.
Ozuna with a big year last year with the Marlins. At the knee, strike 1 at 96.
Well, he's got good stuff. He's got a good live fastball. The ball can be straight, can be moving. I don't think a hitter ever really knows for sure. If he could just pound the strike zone, it'd a huge difference.
Speed pitch gets a called second strike. The most encouraging thing for Lynn in April, 23 2/3 innings and 23 walks. But so far in May, 10 2/3 innings and just the 2 walks. Coming into play today, he's just walked Martinez a few moments ago. 2 strikes to Ozuna. Off the plate.
And if you're Mitch Garver right here, you have to be prepared for that ball in the dirt and outside here. Lance Lynn's going to try to hit that outside corner of the slider. If he tries to hit that, not exactly sharp. You have to be ready as a catcher right here to say he might make it really ugly here. I've got to be able to block anything that he throws out there. He's outside corner, and there it is right there.
Nice block.
Yep.
2-2.
But you have to be ready for the fact that it might be even further outside. We've seen that pitch already. Guys on second and third, you have to be ready to block ugly ones. Just have it in your mind.
Already the 24th pitch coming up with only 1 out in the inning.
Nice.
Got him looking, shaving the outside corner again at 96, and Ozuna has some words with Angel Hernandez, and this is going to be very like Hernandez patiently admonished Ozuna to not continue the argument. Good pitch.
It was a really good pitch, and you see the hitter right there. His rear end and upper body left the scene just a little bit early. When you do that, when you start opening up too quick, you lose the outside corner. You don't really know where it is.
Second and third, nobody out, and now second and third with 2 out, and here is Dexter Fowler. Outside ball 1. Fowler struggling this year, particularly from the other side of the plate, where he is just 1 for 30. Outside again.
And here's what I was talking about. Watch Ozuna. Watch the hitter. Watch his rear end. Oh, it's going toward the dugout a little bit. Everything's opening up. When you do that, you don't have a real good idea where that outside corner is. That was a terrific pitch by Lance Lynn. Ozuna didn't like it, but it was he didn't watch that ball well enough because he had already kind of left the scene.
There's a strike, and everything you just said a few moments ago we saw. Rather than let your swing open you up,
right? He
opened up his hips and.
Yep, and then unless it's in one spot, you can't swing. Right. You can't hit it.
Right. 2-1 with Lynn trying to pitch out of a jam here in the first inning. Pitch number 28 coming in. And a base hit will drive into Fowler with a 2-out, 2-run single, and the Cardinals are on the board.
And again, it's not the walks, although he did walk a hitter in that inning, which contributed to this. But it was the 6 or 7 fastballs that Tommy Pham saw before finally getting a 3-2 base hit, and the 3 fastballs that Fowler saw getting behind Fowler. Saw a lot of pitches, he knows what the fastball does now, and then throws one down the middle. It really is about throwing strikes early in the count.
2-0 St. Louis, and now Jen Jerko. Cleveland Indians got a couple of first inning runs in Detroit against the Tigers, and it's the Tigers, Roy Smalley, who are today playing for a share of first place in the American League Central. If they beat Cleveland, they'll have the same record as the Indians. 1-1. Tigers are just a half game behind the Twins, who, even though the Twins are 2 games below 500, they're a half game out of first. 1-1 to Jerko. Throw to first.
I think it's going to be that kind of year in the American League Central Division. We'll see if Gardy can keep the Tigers engaged the whole year, but I don't think Cleveland's going to just absolutely run away with it for anybody, and I think the Twins are going to play a lot better as the season goes on.
Well, you look at the standings, and we're just about a quarter of the way through the schedule. But right now, it does not look like a wild card team is going to come out of the American League Central. You've got 2 really good teams in the East and at least 2 really good teams in the West. So this might be a year in the Central where if you're going to get to the playoffs, you have to win the division. And the purists would tell you that's the way it should be anyway. 1-2. Up high. Toronto settled back to the 500 mark, but you've got New York and Boston playing great baseball. Houston, Los Angeles, and Seattle all in the hunt in the West. Runner goes down the line, foul. Been a long first inning for Lance Lynn. He, of course, was hoping to get the Cardinals out in 10 or 12 pitches. And instead, this will be number 34. Two and 2 to Jerko. Softly on a line to Dozier to end the inning. The Cardinals got 2 runs in 3 games against the Twins, and now they get 2 in the first this afternoon. Afternoon. Joe Mauer's leaving the on deck circle. Brian Dozier and the rest of the Twins hoping to Make it a 4-game sweep, if you will, in the 4 games against the St. Louis Cardinals. The Menards batting order has Mauer as the designated hitter. Then Dozier, Rosario, Kepler, Garver, Morrison, Buxton, Adrianza, and Petit. No Eduardo Escobar gets the day off, at least the starting lineup off.
The home furniture starting pitcher today for the Cardinals, Miles Mikolas. And look out for this guy. We'll talk about him as we go along, but very impressed with this young man. That pitch right there. So Miles Mikolas, a la Jake Odorizzi. Good fastball, likes to pitch up in the zone, is accurate with it. And I think the Twins are going to have their work cut out for them. They don't have a lot of high fastball hitters.
Strike 2 to Mauer.
If he can control that right there on that top side of the box, it's going to be a difficult day. It really is.
Michael has spent 3 years in Japan and back in the United States. Pitched in the major leagues for the Padres and the Rangers briefly. And to center, Mauer on an 0-2 pitch gets a sharp single to center.
Well, Joe got him exactly where he wanted him. Take those 2 high fastballs and then get a curveball strike. 0-2.
Cardinals out in the field have Marcelo Zuna in left, Tommy Pham in center, Dexter Fowler in right, Jerko, DeYoung, Garcia, Carpenter the infielders, and Francisco Pena behind the plate. Pena called up a week and a half ago when Yadier Molina was lost, having had groin surgery. Here is Brian Dozier. Popped up foul and out of play. It's been an odd year for Dozier, and I mean, he's been known as a streaky hitter, but the good streaks have been shorter than normal for him, and the bad streaks have been longer. He has 7 home runs, and all 7 of them have been hit on the road. He was the first right-handed batter, well, maybe Josh Willingham, to make left field reachable on a regular basis here at Target Field, and he hasn't reached it yet this year.
Well, obviously that's going to change in a big way, and I wouldn't even say that Brian's been in a hot streak yet. He's been in some cold streaks, and he's been in some streaks where he hasn't been so cold. But not a hot streak by Brian Dozier standards yet. We're gonna see one. His hot streaks can last an awful long time.
Away, and it's 1-2. We've seen snapshots of.
We've seen snapshots.
We haven't seen the motion picture here.
Right.
Brian again showing some signs of breaking out of it, adjusting also, to the extent there is an adjustment, of not hitting leadoff for the Twins. Mauer's taken over those duties. Pitches up at 95.
One of the big changes in the game that's a little bit unknown or not really noted a lot yet. We've been talking about it with Jake Odorizzi, but high fastballs play in the league now in both leagues because of the launch angle swings that all the hitters are excited about. You know, guys trying to hit the ball in the air, and they tend to come. The big end of the bat comes low to high through the hitting area. And whereas before in baseball the admonition was keep the ball down, because guys had more level swings and high pitches went out of the ballpark more easily. Now guys are having more low to high swings, and the high fastball has become very, very valuable.
Toward the hole, and a force play at second. Nice play on the hole by DeYoung as he forces Mauer. Dozier reaching on a fielder's choice. 1 down. That'll bring up Eddie Rosario.
We're going to have Justin Morneau join us here for a few innings in a little bit, and I'm looking forward to talking with Justin about that fact, about guys' swings now and pitchers like Mikolas that like to pitch up in the zone and what that means.
Here is Rosario leading the team with 9 home runs. Strike call at the knees. Mikolas, as we mentioned, 3 years in Japan, had good years there. Used exclusively as a starting pitcher. Cardinals signed him to a 2-year deal. And the early return's really good, an ERA of 2.5 and a spotless 5-0 mark in the 1-loss column. Twins haven't done much running, and it's, you know, the cart and the horse argument. Are they not functioning well as a lineup, scoring a lot of runs because they're not running, or are they not running because they're not hitting? Maybe a little both. Liner into right center field. Dozier around second. He'll take third. Rosario going for second. He'll slam on the brakes. A strong throw by Fowler in right field. And the Twins get a couple of early hits against Michaelis.
Eddie Rosario continuing his hot streak at the plate. Fastball up and away. He just hooks it right with him. Good look there from the side of how efficient he brings the big end of the bat to the ball and in the strike zone. I just get the biggest kick out of watching Eddie Rosario. There was going to be a year, and the second half of last year proved it to himself, that all these years that Eddie Rosario has been a great hitter, he's growing up wherever he's played, he now absolutely knows he's a good hitter in the big leagues. That's fun to watch.
Here's Kepler. Strike over the inside corner. Eduardo Escobar not in the starting lineup today, so Kepler takes over in the cleanup spot. The numbers don't really reflect his improvement this year, at least the ones we just showed you. Batting average at .241, 5 homers, 14 runs batted in. But the one thing he's done this year, which is really a positive sign moving forward, he has really cut back on the number of strikeouts. Kepler's only struck out 20 times in 137 at bats, and by 2018 standards, that's really, really good.
It's very, very good, and he's had maybe the most consistent at bats all season long, even though he's not, you know, and the reason he's only hitting .241 is because he hasn't hit right-handers like he normally does. His left-handed batting average is well above 300, which is the best sign of all, and also the reason why you talk about carting the horse. He's not striking out against left-handers.
Right.
And he's just had very, very good at bats, game in, game out.
Trying to get that runner in from third. And he takes it up and in, 2-1. Now Michaelis threatening to have a large number of pitches in his first inning this afternoon. Kepler came into the year as a .239 big league hitter, and you saw his average this year, .241. Rosario checked again at first.
I think Max is going to develop into a solid .270 to .290 with extra base hit, with lots of extra base hits. I mean, I think that whether they're doubles or home runs, the combination of doubles and home runs to go with .270 to .290, I think is going to be outstanding.
2-1. And a ball driven to right, down for a hit, and it kicks away from Fowler. Dozier will score. Kepler with an RBI single, and Rosario advances to third. The Twins have 3 hits here in the first inning, and already a run back.
Another great at bat by Max. Laid off some pitches he shouldn't swing at, some close pitches. Got a ball right in the middle of the plate. And that's a pitch to Max right there from a right-hander that he's going to wear out most of the time. Fowler got into no man's land. The ball looked like it was going to carry out a long way to him. Maybe he had a chance, and then to catch it, and he got himself too close to the ball.
First inning trip to the mound by Mike Maddox. Now you throw that pitch to Max, you're lucky if you get the ball back.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. So a single for Max and an error on Fowler to allow Rosario to go to third.
That'll get Garver to the plate with the tying run at third and 1 down. With the news regarding Jason Castro, till further notice, and there may not be further notice, but Mitch Garver is the Twins' #1 catcher. He had I don't want to call it a breakout year last year, but a very solid year His credentials were enhanced last year in Rochester. 320 at bats. He had 291, 29 doubles, 17 home runs. And we'll see if some of that pop that he showed last year at AAA will translate up here to the big leagues. On the outside corner, and it's 1-1.
I think he does. He has an awful lot of talent to hit. He's strong. The ball jumps off his bat when he hits it. We talked about on Monday night the sound that he can deliver when he squares one up. I think with a lot of playing time here, he can develop more and more as a hitter at the big league level. It's the defensive skills that need to be worked on.
Strike on the outside corner again, and it's 1-2.
Not that he's a bad defensive catcher by any stretch at all. It's just that he's not as polished as you might think. Young catchers it takes a while to play defense behind the plate at this level, and there are some things that the Twins will need him to improve on in terms of catching, receiving some pitches, blocking some ball. There's just some things that he'll continue to get better and better as he plays.
1-2. Tap left side. They're going to try to score the tying run, but the Cardinals turn a double play. So Garver got behind in the count, got out in front, bounced out into a double play. It's 2-1 after 1.
Field, here is your scoop from the clubhouse. With Byron Buxton healthy again, Paul Molitor is able to use his A outfield of Rosario, Buxton, Kepler. And today, Molitor said that when you put that three together, it's a great combo. It's a really nice grouping of defenders, and a lot of ground gets covered in the outfield. Molitor also likes the job that Gregorio Petit has done since joining the Twins a couple of weeks ago, and Molly said that Petit has been solid. He's also filled a pretty valuable need for the Twins. And with Jason Castro now out for the season, it'll be Mitch Garver and Bobby Wilson as the main catchers. But Molitor said he has a lot of confidence in both of those guys, and that both have done things in games that have helped his team win already. And Molitor just called it one of those hurdles in losing Castro. He said when you lose a guy you're counting on, you just have to find ways to make do, guys.
Well, thank you, Marnie. Here's a fly down the left field line. Rosario drifting deep to the corner, had to kind of slam on the brakes, but he made the catch on a drifting fly ball, one away. One further comment, I guess, on Petit. The Twins were hopeful that Miguel Sano would be spending the 10 days on the disabled list. It was a grade 1 hamstring strain. But not only has this taken much longer than the Twins had hoped, there is no hint that his return is imminent. They had him out on some agility drills again today before the game. But paraphrasing, if I can, or try anyway, to do it accurately for Paul Molitor. They're not seeing Sano on the running drills busting it like they would expect him to do in a game. And unless or until that changes, Gregorio Petit's going to be a relied upon member of this team because Sano is nowhere near returning.
Well, it's really true. Without Sano, there are now 3 guys for 2 spots, and actually 4 guys for 3 spots, because Paul Molitor likes to get everybody involved and likes to play with his lineup with guys that are swinging the bats well or playing well. So it's Escobar at third, and Adrianza at short, and Dozier at second, and then Petit will fill in at all 3 of those places.
1 and 2 now to Francisco Pena. Another foul off the leg of the catcher. Well, when Jorge Polanco went out with the suspension in spring training, it was a very big blow to this Twins team that relied so much on Polanco last year, but it opened the door of opportunity for Eduardo Escobar to get regular play, and that's worked out fine because he's been one of the more productive hitters for the Twins. But then when you follow that up with another leg injury to Sano, and you can try to build your depth as deep as you can in the offseason, you're just a few weeks into the season and you're already stretching things a little thin.
Exactly right.
2 and 2 to Pena. Up and in. And it's full count.
Well, here's the other side of the equation, and when you're flying open a little bit, that's where the ball goes up under the chin of right-handed hitters, up and away to left-handers. Again, Lance Lynn has just not found that consistent delivery.
And a foul ball with one hand coming off the bat. 44th pitch of the afternoon coming up for Lance Lynn. There's Garcia in the on-deck circle. Fouled back again. There's one other footnote on Sano, and then we'll move on. Twins fans, I think, were very eager for this to be the year where Sano was going to get 550 at bats, and the way it's looking, it's going to be yet another year where he won't get 450 at bats.
And it's really impossible for a young player, especially even as good a hitter as potentially he can be, to get enough consistency to become that hitter that you expect. We've talked before about needing somewhere in the 1,000 to 1,500 at bat range before you really understand about how to hit in the big leagues and who you are as a hitter. But we're talking about more, like consecutive, 1,200 consecutive at bats, not
2 seasons worth.
Yeah, we're not talking about 1,200 bats over 5 years.
Full count again to Pena. Checked his swing successfully, and he worked, and I mean worked, a walk off of Lance Lynn. There's our Pizza Ranch for the win, and Lance Lynn looking at a finger. And he's got to somehow find a way to just treat the Cardinals like a normal opponent here today.
Well, what I was thinking there is there are going to be emotions about pitching against a team that you just left the year before. You have to control those, but even more importantly, you have to control the strike zone. You have to control your delivery. Find it. He has got to figure out a way to find that consistent delivery that made him an elite pitcher in the National League, where he was throwing that good stuff for strikes a great majority of the time. It just hasn't been there.
Strike 1 and strike 2. Garcia, the 9th place hitter, then Tommy Pham will bat. Pitches up. 1 and 2. Cardinals head home after the game. Twins have an off day tomorrow, and then the Milwaukee Brewers will come to Target Field. Twins tried to do this year to the Cardinals what they did to the Brewers last year. They won all 4 games last year against Milwaukee. Line drive over the reach of Petit. And with 1 out, the 8 and 9 batters reach. That'll bring up Pham with 2 men aboard. First time through the order, and the Cardinals have 3 singles. Lance Lynn has given them 2 walks.
Not a bad pitch generally to most hitters, down and moving away. Little left-hand hitters, generally speaking, all left-hand hitters, but especially guys that are more of the base hit variety, tend to like the ball down, slap the ball up the middle and the other way, and that pitch just kind of settled right into the hitting zone where Garcia likes it.
First and second, 1 down. Pham singled and scored in the first inning. Check swing. And ball 1. Lynn has gotten 4 ground ball double plays on the season. And now he falls behind Pham 2-0. The outside corner. Swing and a strike. 2-2. Talked about this before, but it's worth talking about it again because Lynn just has not shown the form that he showed in his years with the Cardinals. And the lack of full spring training is impacting a lot of people, particularly pitchers. Cardinals are going through it with Greg Holland this year. Half swing, but he went. And Pham is gone for out number 2. And that'll bring up Jose Martinez.
Right at the upper edge of the strike zone. Pham started to offer at it. I'm not sure if Angel Hernandez said that he swung at it or if it was a strike. That looked like a pretty good check, but it was close to the upper extreme of the strike zone, and Pham doesn't like it at all.
I think I know the answer to this. How did you as a hitter feel when the home plate umpire made that call instead of appealing to the corner base?
It drives you crazy. It drives you crazy because you know full well that the home plate umpire doesn't see it anywhere close to as well as the opposite base umpire. First base umpire in the case of a right-hand hitter, third base umpire in the case of a left-hander. But you just want him to ask for help. I mean, if you get called out by the base umpire, so be it. But you don't really ever believe the home plate umpire can see it.
1-1. DeYoung in the first inning was called out by Paul Nart, first base umpire, on a check swing, but Pham strikeout. It was a home plate umpire, Angel Hernandez. And
I don't understand what the downside is. Just ask him if you're the home plate umpire. Ask every time.
Takes a second and a half.
What does it matter? Ask every time.
Ground ball, and that gets by Morrison. And rounding third, Pena coming home on the throw to the plate, not in time. And with the overthrow from Kepler over the cutoff man, Martinez goes to second. Cardinals had at least 1 more here in the second inning. Twins had Morrison shifted way over, but Martinez still spanked a single to right.
Breaking ball out over the plate. It does a nice job of staying with it, going with that pitch, hitting it by a diving Morrison. And then when Max threw the ball high, the hitter was able to go to second, which will make a manager just a little bit crazy. Things not going well here in this inning. Manager's on edge anyway. You see, that's a look on Paul Malder's face. Okay, pitcher's giving up some hits and some runs, but we can't be. But we have to play the game right.
Right. Now a hit to the outfield means 2 runs rather than 1. And the batter is Paul DeYoung. He went down on that check swing in the first inning. Ball 1. And now 2-0.
This is what I'm talking about in this throw. Max charges. He's charging it well, and he's thinking he's going to get the guy. Has a chance to get the guy at the plate. Right there, Mitch Garver has got to run up and catch that ball in the air, and then have a chance of throwing the guy out at second base. There's no play at the plate. Morrison couldn't get to that throw to cut it off, and so the catcher's got to see that and run up. I mean, just leave the plate, run up and catch the ball, and throw that guy out at second base.
3-0 now to DeYoung with the first base open, but Ozuna on deck. Another ragged inning for Lance Lynn. 62nd pitch, and only 5 batters have been retired. And he walks them on 4, and they're loaded up now for Ozuna. Partial season ticket packages are now available in the Delta Sky 360 Club. You can become a Twins season ticket holder today. Become part of the Sweet Spot Rewards program. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com or by calling 800-33-TWINS. Here comes Garvin Alston with Taylor Rogers warming up in the pen. You know, I was thinking about Lynn and watching his reaction when the ground ball got by Morrison. And you know, I certainly don't want to be guilty of reading too much into something, but it's like Lynn looked and seemed frustrated that that ball was not defended normally. And I wonder about pitchers like Lynn. I know as a broadcaster, you know, I'm finally getting to the point now with all the shifts and everything. I don't automatically think that a ball hit hard up the middle is a base hit, because more often than not, there's somebody standing there. And so here's Lynn giving up a hard ground ball to the right side, and in a conventional infield defense, the second baseman gobbles that up, and the out's recorded, and he's off the field. It has to be tough for any pitcher, I would think, to adjust to the notion that a ball that used to be a hit might be an out, but conversely, a batted ball that typically would have been an out becomes a hit.
My experience with that has been that when you're playing in a shifted position, the ball's hit right to you, up the middle or in the hole or something, you're making out. The pitcher just accepts that as being
right.
Okay. But when a ball's hit in a place where the shift where the guy used to be, pitcher's not as comfortable with that. But you know, you can't play everywhere, and you play where you think the hitter's going to hit the ball most times. And if he hits it in a normally routine spot, and the guy's not there, well, that's the game now. There's no such thing as positions anymore. There's only spots where you think the guy's going to hit the ball.
1 strike to Ozuna with the bases loaded. The Cardinals already leading 3-1. And of course, it works both ways. We saw it 2 nights ago in the Seattle game. Twins had 4 outfielders for Kyle Seager, and with the count, I believe 2-1, they moved Escobar 20 feet towards second base, the only infielder on that side, and the ball was hit sharply right at him.
Right at him. And I mentioned at the time, if I were Seager, it would have made me crazy. There's one guy standing in the middle of an acre out there, and he hit it right to him.
2-1 now to Ozuna. And if anything, the second inning has been a tad worse for Lance Lynn than the first. 65 pitches.
Yeah, I'm afraid this is going to be a game by whole staff here for the Twins today, and hopefully the Twins can put the same on the Cardinals.
Right center field, fairly deep, but Buxton ranges under it to end the inning. Only 1 more on the board, but 3 were left, and it's 3-1.
We are at one of the areas that's cool at Target Field, presented by your Minnesota Carrier dealers. It's Drafts at 34, just inside Gate 34 on the right field plaza here at Target Field, where they have, look at this, 22 different beers on tap. And what a beautiful day to utilize a place like Drafts at 34. We have more information on this stand on our Facebook page and on our website, foxsportsnorth.com. Dick and Roy, I'll be with you in just a few. Might need a few minutes.
You know, they have those little sample glasses that they give people, Marnie, and I would think that'd be a good thing for you to do. Just get one of those little
24 samples.
Yes.
Sounds real good. As a matter of fact, Marnie, come on up here. I'll trade you.
Here's Logan Morrison taking a strike. And now a foul, 0-2. Morrison, Buxton, and Adrianza in the second. And Michaelis has been handed his second 2-run lead. It's been a process and might continue to be a process, but the batting average for Morrison climbing slowly but steadily. 0-2.
When you get up to this kind of start, I think it's really important to change your outlook almost completely. I think as a hitter, you say, okay, this might not be the year I'm going to hit 300. All right, I mean, it might not work that way. So what I'm going to do from now on is I'm going to find it, and by the end of the year, I want to say, man, I drove in a lot of big runs, and I got in a hot streak that really helped us win, and you know, all of the things that I can do from here, from this point on, just find a way for the stats in a traditional sense not to matter, but the winning baseball stats can still be, you can still have a good year.
I remember years ago, a good friend of ours, Randy Bush, was off to a slow start, and not that I know anything about this, but I said, Randy, at the end of the year, you're going to hit 265, and you're going to have a dozen home runs and 45 runs batted in. That's what he had done in the big leagues, and as a, you know, someone on the periphery, it was easy for me to say that, but when you're living it, and you're struggling, it's hard to do that.
I'm going to tell you, sometimes you lose it so much at the plate. You are so lost. It really, for anybody that plays golf understands this. I don't know where, I'll never get it. I'll never ever get it. It's a really, it's a battle mentally to understand exactly what you just said. Look, I've proven this before. This is what I'm going to do, and it's not necessarily linear.
Yeah.
you don't just break from the gate and hit 275 every day for 162 games.
Here's Buxton. Morrison ended up coaxing a walk. And Buxton takes a strike on the outside corner. Byron dropped down a bunt. Eventually got credit for a hit in the bunt attempt that opened up the game last night when the Twins scored all 4 of their runs.
Glad to see him give him a hit there. He was going to beat that ball out, even without the ball being thrown down the right field line.
Swing and a miss on 2. Well, Byron has been hitting the ball hard a few times, didn't have much to show for it. Trying to catch up for lost time at this level rather than go on a rehab assignment.
Tough duty.
2 strikes. Just missed. Close pitch. Pena held it there. Angel Hernandez didn't call it, and Buxton's still alive.
Well, this is about as good an 0-2 pitch as you can throw right there. That's a beauty.
Foul back. It's hard to say with any degree of certainty because injuries have played a big part of it, but Byron looks to be one of those players that is going to be a better second half player than first half player, which is fine after the All-Star break. 1-2. And now 2-2. Michael is trying to give his Cardinal team a lift here. They've been frustrated in the first 3 games against the Twins. Two to Buxton with a man aboard, nobody out. And now 3-2. Michael has got ahead of Morrison and lost him to a walk. got ahead of Buxton and is in danger of doing the same thing. Very little chance that Morrison takes off here, I would think.
No chance. But let's see if Byron can take this up to now good at bat and do something with this pitch.
Off the pitcher. And out at second base. Buxton will reach. But Morrison forced at second base. And a nifty play by Jerko. Now let's take a look now at the pitcher, Michaelis, to see if he's okay. The ball was stung.
Nice play, as you said, Dick. Barehanded by Jerko, goes to second. Now here's where it's that. Now this is terrible. You have to slide. Here's the rule for all the players out there. We'll watch it again. Jerko bare hands, comes up. He knows he can't get Buxton at first base. Absolutely no way can he get Buxton at first. His only chance is to go out here. And if Logan Morrison was sliding there, he's safe as well. And here's the rule for all you players, I don't care what level, because you see even at this level guys not doing it correctly. Anytime you go into a base hard slide, anytime, there's no downside. There's absolutely no downside to sliding when you go into a base hard.
Well, let me just put the asterisk. You're not talking about first base.
Well, no, of course not.
Right.
No, any base that you can't run through.
Right. Okay. Well, it's an out. The Twins replace Morrison with Buxton at first base, and here's Adrianza. Adrianza had kind of a curious situation last night. He rolled his ankle trying to get out of the batter's box, and seconds after it happened, he was fine and then back in the lineup today at short. We talked about the Twins not running much, and of course a big part of that is the fact their best base stealer, Buxton, has been on the disabled list and now active, hasn't been at first base very often. Well, now he's there. Just 4 attempts on the season, but he's been successful in all 4. Last night, Adrianza was picked off of first after getting a single. Down and away, ball 1. It's remarkable how the game changes when Byron Buxton is on the bases. I mean, you may see it here. Michaelis has no reason not to throw Adrianza strikes, but he might very well have a hard time doing that because of some attention being paid the guy at first base.
And it doesn't look to me like he has a naturally quick move to home plate. He's trying to speed it up, obviously. But you're right. When Byron Buxton hits the ball in the infield, it's a fire drill out there.
Right.
It's all of a sudden everybody's hair's on fire trying to get the ball to first base, and he has that impact all over the field.
We saw that last night on the bunt.
Absolutely.
Essentially the same play that Logan Morrison did not make 2 days ago in a 1-0 loss. The St. Louis pitcher didn't make last night, and it opened up the whole inning, and the Cardinals ended up losing the ball game. No pickoffs. 1-1 to Adrianza. Big fly ball, short left field. Ozuna coming in and making the catch out number 2. That'll bring up Petit. The AARP take on the Twins' last 18 games versus interleague opponents. And the Twins are 15-3. Hitting the ball well, good ERA. Half of those games, of course, played by National League rules. Here is Gregorio Petit getting a chance to play at third base in place of Escobar. Twins have an off day tomorrow, and so at least in the starting lineup, Escobar getting 2 days off in a row. There's a pitch outside, ball 1. Just a handful of plate appearances, 14 at bats, but 6 hits for Petit and a couple of runs batted in.
He's had very competitive at-bats up there in his time when he's been playing. It just feels like he has an idea. It looks to me like and feels like he has an idea what he's trying to do. He doesn't swing at a lot of bad pitches. When he gets a ball over the middle of the plate, he has a pretty good swing at it.
2-0. Buxton still at first. Sharply hit and into center field. Buxton flying around second. He'll gain third base. Just to watch Byron run and his big toe is still healing. Whether it's adrenaline or whatever, a high pain threshold perhaps, it doesn't slow him down at all.
Well, this is one of the real thrills of his life. Look at him kicking into that gear. I mean, whatever the skill is, when a guy knows that he's better than anybody else in the world at it, you just love to do it. And I've never seen anybody that can run like this young man can run.
You know, you watch him run, and you know who he reminds me of? Have you ever seen the old film of Jackie Robinson running where the hands aren't in sync with the legs? I mean, it was just max effort, and that's kind of the way Byron runs. I think Byron's probably faster than Jackie was. There's a pitch to Mauer and a called strike.
Well, he reminds me of a cross between Devon White and Willie Wilson. Okay. Whereas he's got the long strides of Devon White, but those long strides chug the ground like Willie Wilson used to. He just runs differently than anybody else I've ever seen.
One strike to Mauer. And a drive to right down for a hit. And the Twins answer with at least one in their half of the second inning. The leadoff walk eventually leads to a run, and it's 3-2. Mauer's second hit in 2 innings.
Well, pitchers can keep throwing Joe Mauer breaking ball strikes if they want to. I don't see a big future in it, but he'll take it. He'll take it. So for Joe, this little slider, he hit a curveball the first time up. This is a little slider, and you know, throwing Joe a slider just because it's not a fastball, that's not a trick pitch. It's going to settle in there right where Joe is good.
Dozier takes strike one. Dozier hit a ground ball toward the hole in the first inning, picked off by DeYoung, and they got a force play at second. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Cardinals with 2 in the first, 1 in the second. The Twins with 1 in the first, and another one so far in the second.
When you look at Petit there, I don't want to, on second base and Joe at first, I don't want to shortchange Gregorio Petit either. We were talking about him having an idea when he went to the plate, and when he gets a ball in the middle, he has a pretty good swing. Exactly what he did. Base hit and an RBI on a good pitch to hit.
And on 0-2, Bryan protects the plate, lifts it foul. To the outfield, might tie the game. A hit over the outfield was with the Twins in front.
I was just going to say, I want to see it way outfield.
One and two.
How many times have you seen that? Brian Dozier at the plate, and the catcher calling for the high fastball.
You know, it's one thing to be able to hit that pitch, as Brian has proven. It's another to lay off it that's out of your hitting range. He can hit a high strike, but if it's above and he swings at it, then he won't get pitches over the plate. You got to take that pitch. Breaking ball. Missed. I thought that ball was going to be a called third strike.
I think it's up above the strike zone, the curveball.
Yep.
You know, that's just not a pitch. It's supposed to be a strike anyway. You throw a curveball up there. But as I was mentioning, Justin Morneau and I are going to talk about pitchers throwing high fastballs and what hitters need to do.
Ball back, still 2-2.
Because I maintain that there's only 2 things you can do against if you have a hard time with high fastballs. you got to spend a whole offseason changing your swing to hit that, or you have to do as you suggest. You just take it until you get 2 strikes. That's an out waiting to happen. And you just have to trust that a guy can't continually fill strikes up there if that's not a pitch you can hit. For me, it's no different than swinging at a pitch on the outside corner early in the count where you're not going to hit that ball anyway.
Oh, back again. And now Michaelis is getting an elevated pitch count, not as high as Lynn's. This will be number 48. 7 pitches in this at bat already. 29 strikes, 18 balls. And while Lynn has walked 2 men, Michaelis has only issued 1, but it was a leadoff walk here in the second.
One thing you notice about Brian Dozier, as with any hitter, but especially with Brian, when he's not swinging well, the number of pitches that he fouls back that are his home run pitch that he just doesn't hit.
Another foul.
It's characteristic of Brian's when you just see pitch after pitch like that being fouled back, where you've seen him whip those balls in the seats, and there's going to come a time when he finds it, and all those balls that you see him fouling back, with the big end of the bat gets to the ball, but he fouls it back one way or the other. Those balls are going to start going in the seats.
Missing, and not by much. 3-2. With 2 down, the runners will leave. And Eddie Rosario's already licking his chops in the on-deck circle. Petit from second, Mauer from first. There they go. And Dozier strikes out to leave 2 aboard. Twins get 1 back, and it's 3-2. Managed broadcast for the Twins. If they'd asked him to sweep up after their games, he probably would have done that too. Frank Quillisi passed away at the age of 79. Good friend of mine and a broadcast partner of mine. And I don't know if there was anybody who had more genuine enthusiasm about the Twins organization than Frank Quillisi.
And nobody that I've ever seen about the Twins organization and baseball in general. He was an ambassador, as good as there ever could be for baseball, but he was also just a wonderful man. And calling people wonderful people it can be a little bit overdone and not exactly true in all cases, but it's true about Frank. He was a wonderful, wonderful man.
Justin Mornow's with us for a couple innings here today. You must have had numerous encounters with Frank over the years, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's always kind. Like I feel like we're fortunate in the Twins organization. We've had so many good people come through here that it seems like a positive experience every time you run into him, whether it was Harmon, you know, or Tony Oliva, you know, who we still see around the ballpark all the time, or Frank. You know, it's unfortunate. You know, you feel a real loss when you lose someone like that who has such a deep love for the organization and for the people around them. You can always feel it when you're around them, and it's just fun to be around people like that.
2-1. I think there are people that we come in contact with. Well, I'll speak for myself and let you guys do that if you'd like, but our enjoyment of the game of baseball was enhanced because of our connection to them. And I got to know Frank once I became a broadcaster early in my career. He was a broadcast partner for part of a season, and I just, you know, I remember thinking at the time when I was working with him, this guy loves baseball every bit as much as he did when he was playing, and he was simply broadcasting it at the time, but he just loved being around the game.
You know, the other thing that about Frank, he did a lot of things. I know there are a lot of people that will nod their heads at what I'm about to say. He did a lot of things for other people and fans, and that he didn't have to do. Guys don't have to do some of the little things that he would do to go shake somebody's hand or go meet somebody who had. Frank, I have a personal experience, but I took some people, a couple that the man had his picture taken with Frank when he was like 8 years old, way out in Wilmer or someplace, and he said, "Do you think I could ever meet Frank and show him this picture?" He had never seen him again. Frank had lunch with us, you know, spent an hour and a half. I mean, he would do those things all the time.
Full count to the leadoff man here in the third inning. Dexter Fowler, then Jed Jerko and Matt Carpenter. And Rogers getting loose. It's hardly been a good outing for Lance Lynn. And he's just issued a leadoff walk. He's issued a total now of 4 walks after a couple of starts when he wasn't walking people. Now number 4 on the day here today. And that'll bring us to Jed Jerko, who lined out softly to Brian Dozier to end the first inning.
I think anytime, I think we saw some of the frustration, and like you guys talked about earlier, that ground ball that got through. You see those plays happen a lot more when you're deep in counts, when you're 3-ball counts, when the innings are taking a long time, and all of a sudden guys get surprised when the ball's hit hard to them, and those plays don't get made as much as if the pace is good, if you're working ahead, if you're making the guys put the ball in play. But when stuff like that happens, and then it seems like guys are a couple of inches away from making a play for you, and the frustration starts to show, and then it's frustrating for everyone. But you know, we've kind of harped on it, but work ahead, throw strikes. And I think for what I've observed so far is that I'm not sure he has a good feel for what his out pitch is at this point.
Swinging a foul, 1 strike.
Well, I think you're right, and I think it's impossible to know what your out pitch is when you don't really believe you're going to throw it where you want to throw it. I mean, I just don't think he has a good feel, even when he's around the perimeters of the strike zone. As you see it, Mitch Garver getting beat up a little bit today. But
and I'm going to have another look at him here. It was back in the first inning where he took a foul ball in the same spot on the mask, and at the behest of Angel Hernandez, the Twins came out and ran Garver through some quick concussion protocol. Here's what happened back in the first inning. Just a handful of pitches into the game, and the foul ball a little bit lower, and the last one seemed to be up a little bit higher, up around the temple.
Well, these guys are tough. Maybe they just take such a beating back there. You have to be careful with concussion symptoms. And
don't you wish, Justin, you stayed behind the plate?
I was just going to say.
I mean, I'm going to shut up about first, and I got hurt, so it's not really much difference.
I'm going to shut up about concussion symptoms now. And I'm not going to talk about that. I'll let somebody else talk about that.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we saw with Joe the same thing. The foul balls are kind of what moved him over to first base, and you never want to see guys go through anything like that, but he seems like he's all right. It's always err on the side of caution, but I don't know. There's certain things you can play with. You know, your elbow hurts, your hand hurts, whatever. But your brain's pretty important for everything you do, and you have to make sure you take care of it as tough as it is. You know, sometimes you never want to see anybody go through that.
Fowler checked at first, and the count is 0-1 to Jerko.
Well, back to Lance Lynn a little bit and his command or lack thereof. Even when he's throwing the ball on a corner or two or the upper, you never really, I haven't got the feeling he really knows he's trying to throw it there.
And Garver's throw.
Nice.
Got him. Mitch Garver has come up with some great throws this year, and that one was right on the bag.
Well, catchers, we're going to, as we watch Fowler running down the bases, and a really nice quick tag there by Brian Dozier. You see, Brian lets the ball travel into his glove and comes right straight down. Boy, when Fowler took off, I thought the play was going to be way closer than that. Great throw, great mechanics, and great throw by Garver there.
One down, and the count 0-2 to Jerko. Paraphrasing both the question and the answer, they're going to tag Jerko, and he's gone on strikes. And I think Angel Hernandez made the check swing call again, 2 away. Take a look. I guess it was the first base umpire, Nart. All right, Justin. Was that a swing, or I think I know Roy's answer.
I thought he did a pretty good job of holding up right there, but I'm a hitter, so
right.
I always side with the hitters. But at least he checked that time, because there is nothing that would drive me more crazy than the home plate umpire. Like you guys said earlier, there's nothing that would drive me crazier than that guy not checking with that guy who's especially left-handed hitter at third base. They get like 3 calls a game at third base. Like,
do something. Even
so make them earn their living, right?
But if I'm sitting there at the plate, I'm going, okay, you're watching the ball, you're not watching my swing. That was my thought of the reason why it frustrates hitters, because if you're locked in on that ball, and that ball bounces on the plate or in front of the plate or whatever, how does your focus go from the ball to my bat at the same time? You cannot track those 2 things at the same time.
And as a hitter, you say, you better not be watching my swing. You're not that good on the pitch.
Foul back.
And that's the reason that it drives hitters crazy. It's just that, and that guy's got nothing to do. But literally, he's standing out there, and his only job is to watch the guy swinging. The home plate umpire is watching the ball, tracking the ball, see if it goes over the plate. And the third base umpire is watching the ball enter the zone, but he has to watch the batter and how the bat's traveling through the zone. So, I mean, he has a better view, I think, than the guy behind the plate, whether or not you swung.
Just inside 2-2. Lynn trying to, if not have a 1-2-3 inning, face just 3 batters in the inning, and that's exactly what he'll do. A walk and a couple of strikeouts. It's 3-2 going to the bottom of the 3rd. Kepler and Mitch Garver and Rosario has really been a major force in the middle of the Twins lineup.
Well, it seemed like it started that end of that last homestand, and he really shortened up his swing, and he was just getting the barrel to the ball, and I think he got that feeling back of what he needs to do as a hitter.
There's two things about Eddie Rosario, and that one is let the talent play because it's there. Don't try to do more than just your normal approach at the plate. And then the second thing is just familiarity, Justin, with pitchers around the league. I don't think there was any doubt. There wasn't any in my mind that he was going to be a good hitter in this league as soon as he got comfortable with that idea. Oh yeah, I've been a good hitter everywhere. I'm a good hitter here too. As soon as he got comfortable with that, he start to take off.
It started early for him. He hit a home run on the first pitch he saw in the big leagues, and I spent some time with him on the Winter Caravan, and he told the story how from the time he was a little kid, he wanted to hit a home run on the first pitch he saw in the big leagues. Now, how's that for refining your childhood wish? Not just hit a home run in your first at bat, but on the first pitch, boom, I'm going deep, and he did it.
That's amazing.
2-1. Tapped up the line, foul.
It was against a left-hander too, and it was just a sign of things to come. I don't really think it matters a whole lot to Eddie which arm the pitcher throws with. We see Paul Molitor trying to pump his pitcher up there.
I think, and also saying that's enough for today, big fella.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why he's trying to pump him up. He went 3
Deep to right field, on a line, and hard off the wall. And Rosario will be held to a single. Played very well in right field by Dexter Fowler.
That wind blowing in just enough helped knock that ball down. I'm not sure he hit it high enough to get it out of here, but that was a good swing. He was short to the ball, got to it. Even with someone with his speed, that's still a single. That's a tough single, a 360-foot single, but got a hanger and put a good swing on.
It looked like he had just a little bit of overspin into that wind. And, you know, as a golfer, the wind will affect spin even more. That ball did kind of die out there.
Kepler was singled in a run his first time up. Take strike one.
And I think what you were alluding to earlier with the high fastballs and everything else, I think Eddie's going to be one of those guys that's able to handle that transition because pitchers are starting to do it a lot more, but his hands are so good and he's such a handsy hitter that he doesn't have a lot of body involved. He's not really an uppercut guy. He lets his barrel get to wherever the ball is in the strike zone, and I think that's going to help him with those high fastballs, with everything else, the way pitching seems like it's evolving, or the trends that are happening. He's a guy that shouldn't have too many problems making that adjustment.
I couldn't agree with you more. I've said a lot, I've talked a lot about Eddie Rosario's efficiency of having his hands bring the big end of the bat to the ball, maybe as well as anybody does it. And that's the problem with hitting a high fastball, right, Justin? I mean, if the bat drags behind your hands in your swing naturally a little bit, there's no way you can hit a high fastball. But if your hands bring the big end of the bat to the ball efficiently, quickly, then you can. And, you know, Brian Dozier can do that. Eddie Rosario can do that.
1-2 to Kepler with the tying run at first and nobody out. To center. And almost in his tracks, Pham makes the catch one away. And that'll bring up Garver. Garver fell behind in his first at bat, ended up tapping a ground ball to third for an inning-ending double play. Garver pauses to look at Gene Glenn, signals near the third base coach's box, and we'll see if Rosario is sent here. Catcher's got pretty good bloodlines. His father, Tony, was one of the better defensive catchers of his era. And we don't know whether the Twins are anxious to test his arm or not. And Garver wraps into what should be another double play grounder. He does, and the inning ends. And we head to the fourth, 3-2 St. Louis. Sports North is presented by Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the Twin Cities. And by Grand Casino, the best stories start here. 3-2 St. Louis. Dick Bramer joined up here in the booth by Roy Smalley and Justin Morneau. None of us worked yesterday. The final score, unfortunately for me, the Twins 4, the Cardinals 1, Bramer 0. I was on the boat, had a wonderful night, didn't catch a thing.
I played some golf on my birthday, so there you go.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
And we should also pass along birthday wishes to Jack Morris. Yeah, it's his birthday today.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when you get to be up around Jack's age, you know, you don't really care if people. You don't even want to hear about it.
First pitch to Pena, fouled away. The new Twins pitcher is left-hander Taylor Rogers. It'll be Pena, Garcia, and Pham here in the Cardinal 4. Cleveland leading Detroit 6-0. Trying to maintain their stranglehold on first place in the American League Central, even though they don't have a winning record. There's a pitch called a strike. Garver didn't catch it. Pena walked with 1 out in the second and scored. It was a ragged and rugged 3 innings for Lance Lynn.
It was a grind. It was a battle for him the whole time. Just when you think he's going to get back on track with the walks and everything else, he just kind of fell back into that pattern of. Today was interesting, though. It was different, I think, than the other starts. As he got strike 1 a lot more, he was ahead. It's just that he fell back into those 3-ball counts later. So.
Right. Tapper up the line, foul.
As much as we're searching for answers, he's searching for answers too, and he's going to go back and watch the video and see if there's something mechanically that he did different today than he did in his last start, or you know, whether it's how he was landing. There's a million things to break down as a pitcher, and sometimes you want those answers even if there's nothing there. You look at it and you're going, oh, I see it. There it is. My hand position was different, or whatever, and at least gives you something to build on in those bullpen in between starts. And we'll see if he finds something and can find a little better feel for that.
Toward the hole, cut off by Petit. He spins and fires. First time we've seen that strong arm across the diamond in a while. He's got a good one on target to Morrison, 1 away.
Good footwork right here. The ball takes him to his left. Instead of trying to throw it on the run, he turns his feet and gets himself in a good, strong position to make a good throw right in the chest. And it's not always necessary to spin, but when your feet allow you to do that and he got his feet in the right position to turn, you don't always want to turn because you lose the target. You know, kids at home start spinning around and throwing it, and sometimes it's not necessary, but his feet allowed him to put himself in a position to make that throw.
Here's Garcia. Drag bunt.
That's a beauty.
Morrison to Rogers. Got him. Well played by both Morrison and Rogers for out number 2.
That was a terrific bunt right there. I'm going to let the first baseman talk about how well the Twins played it, because the Twins had to play that perfectly to get him.
And the first baseman's job here is to go after the ball, which he did. Taylor wasn't going to get to that ball anyway, but you go after that ball and you try and give him a good feed before he hits the base. It allows him to find the ball and then step on the base. Not every pitcher can make that play. Not every pitcher is a good athlete like that, but that was a great play. He read that. He got off the mound. Morrison was playing back, so that's obviously why he tried to bunt, but probably a little harder than he wanted to, but great execution on defense right there.
Always give a little extra nod to a left-handed pitcher who gets over there to beat a speedy runner. It's a little bit tougher for lefties to do it than righties. And it is your contention that some pitchers are not great athletes. I just want to set the stage for what's going to be
for Bert.
What we're going to hear this weekend when Bert returns to the booth.
Well, if they were that good of athletes, they'd hit, wouldn't they?
I had never thought of that as a rebuttal, but you're right.
Shohei Ohtani is a good athlete.
Yes, he is.
He can throw 100 and he can hit homers. He played outfield when he was in Japan, but yeah, I don't know. That's my argument. It seems like the easiest argument to make. There's a reason they brought in the DH, because people didn't want to watch the pitchers hit.
I hope in the truck we're recording all this and replay it at the appropriate times this weekend. There's a pop-up left side of the infield. Petit wants it. Adrianza calls him off. And Taylor Rogers, on a day when the bullpen's going to be used extensively, he has a quick 1, 2, 3, 4. Field. A limited number of Star Wars Night theme night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket and a Joe Solo bobblehead. Go to twinsbaseball.com/Star Wars. Learn more about the Star Wars Night theme night offer. What was the most curious promotion the Twins or anybody else did, Justin, in your career? Morrison drops down a bunt, and it's the pitcher making the play. He's threatened to do that and has even tried to do it a few times. He finally puts it down, but the pitcher, Michaelis, makes a really nice play.
And Logan's going to kick himself there. All he had to do was bunt it hard, any kind of speed harder than that. He made a really good sacrifice bunt. Just got to get it past the pitcher, and he can walk to first and almost go to second.
But you know, even though he made it out on that play, I still think that's a good play, because the next team that comes in is going to put that on their scouting report, and they may think about putting someone on that side of the field, and it may open up either the middle or the right side of the field for them. So even if you make it out on that play, it's not necessarily a bad play.
Oh, I think it's absolutely a good play. I'm happy to see him do that in those kind of situations, especially leading off an inning like that. The thing that, you know, that as a power hitter, the thing that's going to drive him crazy is that, well, heck, I can make an out trying to hit the ball in the ballpark. Why am I going to make it? Why am I making an out, you know, trying to bunt? That's the frustrating part, and he's got to understand that. To your point, that's a good play, just didn't quite execute.
Leading off an inning, get on base, down a run, middle innings, 1 and 2. And Buxton chases 96. 2 away.
And I talked about this earlier. When I went to Colorado, we played in San Francisco early in the year, my second year there. As we look at the replay of Buxton, he likes to pitch up in the zone. He's got him to chase. There's no way to hit that pitch. That was effective.
Replay brought to you by Dodge. Now here's Adrianza with 2 quick outs.
What I was going to say is I tried to bunt early in the year in San Francisco. We've been going to Kansas City for 10 years. I've been playing against the Royals. All of a sudden I look up, I go there as a member of the Rockies, and Moustakas is playing me on the grass, and I'm going, what's he doing? I get there, I talk to him later. He says, oh, we got you down as a bunter now.
Because you did it once.
Because I bunted once in the game in San Francisco. But what it did was it opened up the middle part of the field for me. Instead of him playing at shortstop somewhere, if a left-handed hitter hits the ball to third base, it's an accident. You're late on something, whatever it is. But you can more likely to hit the ball to short. So if you open up that hole, I thought it was great. Because I didn't really want to bunt. I wanted that guy in there.
Right.
I want to hit the ball over the fence. I want to try and drive it, get a double, whatever it is. But now seeing the middle part of the field open, it just makes you more comfortable. Because you look and you go, oh, okay, if I'm a little late and I hit the ball to short, routine ground ball to short, it's going to be a hit. If that third baseman's playing on the grass.
Down and away now, 2 and 2 to Adrianza. I don't know that anybody on the Twins has been victimized more by the shift than Brian Dozier, because the second baseman so often is playing in the vicinity of second base, and that ball that's hit up the middle, hard or not, is almost always an out now, and it used to be a base hit. And all it would take for that second baseman to be back over where they would normally play would be a couple of base hits to the right side.
Well, even a push bunt.
Right.
Yeah. For a right-handed hitter, you take it away, you push it, because it's an almost impossible play for the first baseman to make. The pitcher's not going to get that ball because you have to bunt it hard enough to get past him.
Adrianza chips it to left, and coming in to make the catch is Ozuna. Michael is settling down a bit, and he's got a 3-2 lead. board.
Cardinals jumped on Lance Lynn in the first inning. Dexter Fowler got a base hit with runners on second and third to drive in a couple. And in the top of the second, it was Jose Martinez with a base hit to right field, scoring Pena for the Cardinals' third run. The bottom of the second, Twins came right back. Joe Mauer with a clutch base hit, driving in Byron Buxton. That's where we are right now. Cardinals up 3-2 here as we head to the top of the fifth.
Jose Martinez will lead things off. Justin, I do want you to answer the question I started last half inning with the Joe Mauer Star Wars promotion coming up. What was the most curious thing the Twins used your likeness for, or any other team, in terms of a giveaway?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I don't know if there was anything that was odd or curious. I think just the first time you see yourself on a bobblehead it's a very surreal thing. First, you want to see if you think it looks like you, right?
Which it doesn't.
Hopefully your head's not that big compared to your body, but yeah, you look at it and then you kind of look at it and you're going, wow, I'm on a bobblehead. That's a pretty cool thing to do. And then Joe Solo is a whole nother level.
Right. 1-1 to Martinez, and he takes ball two. Roy, they didn't personalize promotions back then. It was bat day and cat day and things like that.
I do remember playing in the Midwest League, and I believe it was in Wisconsin. They used to have the Keebler K-Man.
The what?
Keebler K-Man. So Keebler was a sponsor, and they pick one batter before each game. They do this in a lot of minor league parks, and you get 2 strikes on you, and the fans would start going nuts because they're cheering for you to strike. The whole stadium standing up because they give away cookies if you strike out. So I remember I go in and I was feeling pretty good about myself in the Midwest League. I was hitting 3 whatever and having it off to a good start, and they picked me as the K-Man. I remember I was running on the outfield line before the game, getting loose and thinking, they have no chance. I think I struck out 3 times that day.
Driven deep to left center field. Rosario won't catch it. He'll play a bounce as it rattles around the fence, and it's a leadoff double for Jose Martinez. He's reached all 3 times now. A leadoff double in the 5th. First extra base hit of the day. So yeah, now that makes sense. Keebler, the cookie company. Yeah.
See a fastball inside middle to a guy that's seen a lot of fastballs from Taylor Rogers in this at bat and looking for one, and he pounded it off the left center field fence.
So a leadoff double, and now DeYoung, who struck out and walked.
I always enjoy watching National League teams versus American League teams because they have to play a little more situational baseball in the National League. And this is a middle of the order guy, so you don't really want him to hit a soft ground ball to second right here. But to see if his approach is to try and move that runner up, because in the National League the game just evolves so different with the pitcher usually hitting 9th, sometimes 8th, but usually hitting 9th, and they play the game a little bit more when they come to American League parks. When you have these habits, it's interesting to see if they continue to try and do that.
Driven to the right field corner, and that will beat Kepler to the wall. Rounding third, Martinez is going to score, and the throw to second is not in time. Back-to-back doubles against Rogers, and at least another Cardinal run here in the 5th.
And that was basically just what I talked about. It appeared like he was trying to let the ball travel and give himself a chance to drive the ball to right field. And that wasn't just a soft ground ball to second. He let that ball travel, but he was still trying to hit it hard over there. And he ends up getting rewarded with an RBI on the end of it. They go away. It ends up more middle. But you can see him stay through that ball. He lets it travel. He lets it get deep. He hits it almost off of his back hip into the right field corner. And unless you're conscious of trying to hit the ball on that side of the field, that's a very hard thing to do right there.
Here is Ozuna with a runner at second. Still nobody out. Breaking ball over. Strike 1.
And how do you counter that as a pitcher? You throw him something soft. It starts on the outer part of the plate and ends up being a ground ball to short. So there's different ways. You know as a pitcher what the hitter's trying to do. You have to figure out a way to get him not to do it.
And at the same time with Ozuna up there, you're never really sure whether that's going to be in his mind or not. I think Ozuna could try to do what DeYoung did. Pretty good chance he's trying to lift and separate right here.
Yeah, and the score is different too now. It's a 2-run ball game. It's a little different.
Big swing and a foul, 1-2.
Yeah, there's some hitters in the middle of the order that'll say, okay, they think I'm trying to get him over here. I'm looking for something middle in. I'm going to take advantage of him trying to get ahead with that hard fastball on the inside part of the plate, and they'll turn on something and hit a double down the left field line. And the pitcher's out there scratching his head going, I really thought he was going to try and get him over right there. And that's kind of that chess game between the hitter and the pitcher and the catcher.
1-2. That's deep to left. Chased by Rosario, and he'll get there. Nice running catch. He had to run about 100 feet to make that catch. One away.
You know, Justin, there's one really good way to tell what a hitter's looking for, especially location, but even pitch, and that's to throw your best fastball about 4 or 5 inches inside and see how he reacts. If he takes that pitch comfortably, he's looking for the ball in there. If it shocks him, if he kind of jumps back, he's looking for something soft or something out over the plate. You throw the ball 4 or 5 inches inside and see how he reacts.
Now here is Fowler. We talked earlier about his struggles from this side of the plate. Just 1 hit in 30 at bats. As a right-handed batter, he's not tearing it up from the other side, but my goodness, 1 for 30. An established switch hitter in the big leagues.
That's why the base hit to drive in 2 runs was frustrating for Lance Lynn. I mean, he came into the game hitting 170 something against right-handed pitching, and to get in a situation where you had to throw a ball down the middle to a guy hitting 170 and end up driving in 2 runs, that was frustrating.
Back to Rogers, and they'll get the out at first. Petit drifted toward the middle of the field, and there have been no play at third base. DeYoung advances 2 away. Tomorrow, join Fox Sports North and the Minnesota Lynx at Mall of America Rotunda for the Let's Celebrate the Lynx event. You can enjoy games, the chance to win prizes, and more. Visit foxsportsnorth.com/events for details. Taylor Rogers faced 7 batters, gave up back-to-back doubles and a run, and he'll check out now with the Cardinals leading by 2.
Stephen Piscotty made an emotional return to the lineup. Piscotty had been on bereavement list, and he missed 4 games after his mom passed away of Lou Gehrig's disease. Then in his first at-bat last night, that towering home run, Piscotty rounded third base and patted his heart. He said he was thinking of his mom, and that moment for him was pure joy after what had been a really tough week, guys.
Well, thank you, Marty. As he said after the game, he pretty much cried himself out with the passing of his mother. And we talked about it in St. Louis, the Cardinals and the A's executing a trade, not concerned about equal trade value, but just to get Piscotty back to the Bay Area so he could be with his mom in her final days. Quite a story. Here's McGill, new Twins pitcher with a runner at third and 2 down, trying to keep this a 2-run game.
McGill's been a nice addition to the Twins bullpen this year. He's got a good fastball, a nice little breaking ball. Has throwing strikes.
And a fastball.
And he's been at 95, that one 96 pretty regularly, and throwing strikes with it. And as we've seen so much of the time, and Justin and I have been talking about it, it's get ahead, get ahead, get ahead. Keep pounding the strike zone. It puts so much pressure on a hitter when you expect strike every pitch.
Gave up a solo home run in Chicago. That's the only run he's given up. At times he's been asked to pitch 1 inning. At times it's been 2, maybe an inning and a fraction here this afternoon.
You love to see guys take advantage of their opportunities. He's been given an opportunity and he's really run with it. We've had a couple guys kind of filter through this role so far this year, and he seems like he's settling in and feeling comfortable.
Slow breaking ball left up high. It's 3-1. Yeah, John Curtis, Alan Buznitz are both probably going to come back. They have got a shot at this job and were sent back to Rochester.
David Hill used.
Tyler Duffy.
Looks like he doesn't want to give up that spot.
3-2 now. Inning started with back-to-back doubles against Rogers. Twins still very much in this game, but they would very much like to strand a runner at third base here in the 5th. Popped up right side. Morrison across the line is there to end it. McGill gets the last out. The Cardinals add another run in the top of the 5th. Wins lately have become or have been late wins where they've scored late in games to pick up a win, and the Twins hope that'll be the case again today. Oh, Pepsi fans of the game got out of school today. Check swing, no swing, 2-0. Love baseball field trips.
That's always an excusable absence. Going to a ball game, always a right answer.
2-0 to Petit starting the Twins' 5th inning. Going on a lot of school field trips.
No, really? No, we didn't. I don't feel like we had as many field trips as the kids have now, but that's just me talking like I'm old. So,
well,
there's a strike 3-1.
If you don't want to talk like you're old, then I think we'll go back to the ball game here. I guess I won't talk about it at all.
Oh, we were field trips
because we had field trips.
Did you?
Yeah, we had field trips. We had lots of them.
There's a leadoff walk to Petit. I went on 1. It was to a sewage treatment plant. Wasn't the most fun.
What were they hoping to teach you about that?
I don't know.
What was the curriculum there?
Keith Sims lost his glasses leaning over the railing. It was really an awful day. Let's get the leadoff man.
You had me worried there for a minute about how he lost his glasses. I'm glad to hear he was just leaning over, not.
Here's Joe Mauer, a pair of singles, one of them driving in a run. Twins trying to get a run or more back here in the 5th inning, down by 2. And there is strike 1.
Petit doing a good job. We talked about it earlier about the competent at-bats that he's had when he's been in there, looking like he's got a plan, and he was going to get a good ball to hit or not swing at it, and worked a very quick walk out of Michaelis there to start off the inning, give the Twins a chance.
Down and away, 1-1.
There's a lot of people who will question why Joe didn't swing at the first pitch. They'll say, oh, well, he needs to be more aggressive there. Well, no, the guy in front of him just walked on 5 pitches. So why would you want him to go up there and possibly make 1 or 2 outs on the first pitch after the guy was 3-0? He missed wild. He was all over the place. And Joe's a disciplined enough hitter to know that he can make this guy work and make him throw him strikes. So what if he gets strike 1?
High fly to left. Back is Ozuna. And on the track makes the catch, 1 away. A warning track fly ball to left. And that'll bring up Brian Dozier.
That's one of those ones where Joe puts a good swing on it. Maybe in a different ballpark. He hits that ball in Chicago. It's a home run. He hits it in Fenway for sure. It's a home run. But unfortunately, he's at Target Field and it ends up halfway on the warning track. But I would have liked to have seen Petit tag up right there.
I was just going to say that. Yep.
There's always a chance as a base runner. You've already got first base. Your goal is to find a way to get to the next base. If the ball goes over his head, it's a home run.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, on a ball that's hit up in the air like that, if the ball comes down in play, the outfielder's going to catch. Big league outfielder's going to catch it. Different if it's a line drive. Different if the ball's really jacked. But on a long fly ball like that, the outfielder's going to have time to get under it. If it's over his head, to your point, Justin, it's in the seats. I think you start out, you see the outfielder drifting under it, you get back and tag and give it a shot. I agree.
Tapper foul, and it's 0-2 to Dozier.
When the worst thing that happens, you run back to the base, you run halfway to second, you force that guy to make a throw. Sometimes it can get past the infielders and ends up down the right field line. There's things that can happen. They might be unlikely, but if you don't force him into that situation, he can just lob the ball back in. Then there's no chance of that happening. You saw it on the first or third earlier that caused the error and the running hard and running the bases the right way. So it's every situation you can look at it of trying to get to the next base.
And when you tag up and go toward, you're reading the throw all the way. If it's on target, you stop and go back. If it's off target, you keep going, you make it.
And the dirt blocked by Pena, and it's 1-2. Well, I think what we've learned in the last 2 games, if you make the other team make a play or try to make a play, who knows what's going to happen. We had 2 bunts in the last 2 games. You could make the argument that the last 2 games were each decided by a defending team unable to make a play on a bunt.
On a play that you work on in spring training every single day. So you put pressure on the defense, things happen.
1-2. And Dozier chases upstairs and fouls it back. We're about a quarter of the way through the season, and you look at Dozier's 1/4 numbers and multiply times 4, and that's 28 home runs, which still is a really good total for a second baseman. But it's just not been, we haven't seen Brian, as Roy said earlier, locked in for an extended period of time at all this year. 1-2.
And if the Twins are going to get back over 500, they're going to need him to be the typical Brian Dozier that we've come to expect the last few years of driving the ball and driving in runs. And obviously the defense is always there. I don't think he lets his offense affect that part of his game, but they're really going to need him to start putting the ball in the seats a little bit more, especially with Joe hitting in front of him now, getting on base a ton.
1-2. And it's not Dozier's fault at all, but it really is glaring when Sano's not in the lineup, and he's the other right-handed power guy they've got. And when he's not there and Brian's not hitting him over the fence, well, yeah, runs are going to be hard to come by.
Well, the other thing that it does, it allows the other team to focus on they save their top right-handed reliever for him. They don't have to worry about Sano. So you're worried about that main power threat is Dozier as opposed to two guys.
Tapped up the line, fair ball, and they get the force at second, and Dozier safe at first, 2 down. That'll bring up Eddie Rosario.
Fine play by Jerko there at or by
that's Jerko.
Jerko, at third base. I mean, the safety first play there is just to come in and field that play and go to first base. More difficult play to come in, field that ball, throw back across your body out there to second base, but made a nice play.
And that's the difference between an average major league defender and an above average major league defender. And he's played some middle infield. You can tell with the hands and the way he made that play. He set his feet up, and Nolan Arenado makes that play as good as anyone. But it's whether you're afraid to make an error or not.
Popped up behind third, and now Jerko going back, and that ball is going to drop for a base hit. Dozier will go to third. Rosario should have been at second base. He was not. He'll only get first base. A pop fly down the line, and it landed between Ozuna, DeYoung, and Jerko. And Dozier goes to third, but Rosario should be standing at second.
And Dozier should have been standing on third. There shouldn't even have been a ball there. That's 2 mistakes right there by both base runners. And what it does is it keeps the tying run on first base instead of being in scoring position on second base. That's kind of that no man's land. And when you're shifted a little bit, and
you're looking at it right here. You can't. There's no reason to run that play like that. There's just.
He was checking to see, I think, if it went fair or foul. But you run hard until the umpire tells you it's foul.
Again, it's like I said earlier about if you go into a base hard, you slide, right? There's no downside to that. What's the downside of running hard, whether it's fair or foul?
Michaelis comes out. He won't qualify for the win because he's 1 out short of completing 5 innings. Certainly thought he'd be given the chance to complete 5 innings. It's not like the Twins are hitting ropes all over the place. Leadoff walk didn't help. The pop fly single, but with the lead on the line, Matheny's brought in his only left-handed reliever, Brett Cecil, to face Max Kepler. He retired Kepler last night. Also gave up a base hit, pitched just a third of an inning, just off the disabled list.
He retired Max last night, but Max had a good at bat, battled really well, and then just got under a changeup. I mean, a breaking ball. He threw him a 2-strike breaking ball, and Max had a good swing at it. He just popped it up.
That's hard but foul. We've seen solid contact from Kepler against lefties, and frequent contact. We talked about Max cutting back on his strikeout rate. It has really been glaring against lefties. He's had 32 at bats against lefties. He's only struck out 4 times. That's a 8-to-1 ratio by Minnesota high school math.
And that's what he's trying to set him up for right here by throwing the fastball in.
Just outside 1-1.
He threw him a lot of breaking balls last night. He put that in his mind last night. When you face a guy back-to-back days like that, it's fresh in his mind what he did to him. So he starts him off with a fastball, and he pulled it foul. He doesn't care if he makes contact with that pitch or not, but it plants a seed in that hitter's mind of, oh, maybe he's going to pitch me a little different today. But his bread and butter is going to that off-speed stuff away and trying to get him to roll over. So we'll see if he goes back to it.
Hard on the ground again. Last year against lefties, Kepler had 125 at-bats, and he struck out 40 times. Basically a 3-to-1 at-bat to strikeout ratio, and now it's 8-to-1. And having made such a significant point about that, now he's standing up there with a 1-2 count.
But do you see if this is the difference here, if he's able to put the ball in play or not, against a tough lefty whose only job is to get him out in this situation?
1-2. Takes up high.
And I believe to further amplify Justin's point, that fastball was absolutely for show only. Throw him a high fastball, make him see the speed, make him think he might be getting fastball, but I think there's no way that Cecil wants to get him out with anything but breaking ball. Yep.
They got him. And Kepler strikes out. The Twins get a couple of base runners, leave them aboard, and it's still 4-2. Our thanks to Justin Morneau for spending some time with us up here in the booth. We'll hear from Justin again this weekend when the Brewers come to town. 4-2 as we go to the 6th. Marty Gellner, Roy Smalley, and Dick Bramer here at Target Field. Matt Carpenter, the first batter, facing McGill. And there's strike one.
Well, we saw Max Kepler strike on a breaking ball. Look at the way Cecil holds the ball. The middle finger on that seam, the pointer finger stuck into the ball, and that allows maximum spin. He pulls that middle finger down against the seam, gets that spin. It's not an optical illusion, folks.
0-2 to Carpenter.
Do you remember when there was that debate? I read about it. It was even before my time, but way back in the day, there was a physicist or someone that was claiming it was not possible to make a ball move.
And those physicists never stood in the box
against Bert. They never hit against Bert Blylev.
Now I will say this: I can be convinced that the term rising fastball is a misnomer. I don't know that a baseball actually rises. It just doesn't.
It just doesn't sink.
Right.
Yes, exactly right. Gravity was not in evidence when Nolan Ryan pitched. I will just tell you that.
Flip down the left field line and a base hit for Carpenter. Nice job with 2 strikes. Just putting the ball in play. Leadoff single here in the 6th. Bring up Pena. Pena walked and scored in the 2nd, and then hit a ground ball to Petit.
Well, again, left-hand hitters are low ball hitters. Carpenter did absolutely a nice job of staying with that, just flipping it out there. But as Dick, I think you pointed out on Monday night, or it was pointed out last night on the game, Carpenter, one of the worst in the league right now at hitting fastballs, and that means balls up in the zone for strikes are going to give him a problem, and that's not where that pitch was.
I want to get into that a little bit with you because we've heard a lot about swing planes and launch angles and all that, and with the way players have modified their swings. I mean, I was in a boat last night. The fish weren't biting, and so I pondered things like this. Okay, doesn't it necessarily mean, with the current contemporary swing that so many hitters have adopted, that the point of contact has to be out farther in front of the plate rather than back? I mean, what Carpenter just did, now that pitch was 8 inches outside, and he was just trying to stay alive, and he just kind of flicked it to the opposite field.
Answer,
hold by McGill.
Answer coming. Yes, it absolutely is true. You have to, because if you let the ball travel and then are coming from low to high, that means the bat's dragging behind your hands, and the ball gets on you. If you let the ball travel back over the plate, you can't handle it. That's not where your contact point with the ball can be. Just can't be. Guys that we watched DeYoung hit the ball hard to right field. He was much more level. Let the ball travel. Watch this as he drops his hands and see how the bat is below his hands. Now that ball was 89 miles an hour and it was low. That's how he could handle that pitch. That ball's up in the strike zone. He can't hit that one with the bat head below his hands.
But the point of contact on that's maybe not the best example. That was about the front edge of the plate. You know, when Logan Morrison revamped his swing and it led to 38 home runs last year, the point of contact has to be farther out in front.
And that's true, and that causes you all kinds of other problems.
Strikeouts among them.
Right.
Hit and run and a beauty. Pena just rolls it softly. The ball almost died before it got to Kemp, and that is a thing of beauty to watch when it works.
And there's an example right there of a guy, the hit and run was on. He was going to let the ball travel and try to move the ball to the right side. It broke his bat because he let it travel so far, but he wasn't trying to swing up at that ball. You watch it right here. Lets that ball travel. Now you see how much better right here. The big end will be more above his hands, or at least level with his hands. That's the only way he could have inside out of that ball and hit it over there where the second baseman had vacated.
5th inning started with a pair of doubles, now the 6th with a pair of singles, and here is Garcia. Outside, ball 1.
McGill getting a lot worse than he deserves here. He threw a pitch on 8, as you said, 6 or 8 inches outside with 2 strikes, and Carpenter dunked it into left field, almost broke his bat off the end of the bat, and then a little ball hit right above the thumbs that bleeded through for a hit. Now we got 1st and 3rd, and McGill saying, holy cow, I'm breaking bats and getting base runners.
It's a high fastball chased for a swinging strike, 1-1.
What I was going to say about what causes you problems, when you know you have to hit the ball out in front of you, you tend to get in a hurry to get the bat head out there, and it makes you vulnerable to all other off-speed pitches.
1-1. Safety squeeze, but the ball bunted over the Twins dugout. Over the dugout, over the netting.
So here's the thing, on a sacrifice bunt and a safety squeeze, you need to get a good ball to bunt. On a bunt for a base hit, you need to get a good ball to bunt. Just because you've made up your mind to bunt, especially on a bunt for a base hit, But secondarily, on a safety squeeze, just because you've made up your mind to bunt doesn't mean you have to bunt that pitch.
1-2. McGill's picked up a few strikeouts along the way, and this is a situation where he could use one.
High fastball there from McGill, and that was not a good ball to try and bunt.
And then one right down the middle is taken for a called third strike. At 95 miles per hour, strike one was at 96. And at least one out on the board with runners still on the corners.
Well, I'm not sure. Sometimes hitters don't see the ball well, or they get a little brain cramp and some extraneous thought gets in their mind and they're just not able to swing the bat. That
couple of scratch singles left behind him. McGill comes out, and Ryan Presley will come in. Here's our DQ combination. You can see how dramatically the Twins' strikeout rate on the pitching staff has improved. That's a pretty significant jump from 7.3 to 9.1.
it is a significant jump, and that's why Presley is in the game right now.
Ball one. 22 in a third innings and 30 strikeouts for Ryan Presley.
Need to stop this inning right here. Paul Molitor going to who he thinks has got the best chance to strike this hitter out right here. He needs a strikeout.
Pham 1 for 3. Fouled away. Last night, Jose Barrios gave the Twins 7 1/3 innings, and that's really come in handy already this afternoon because it. Would you say Johnny Allstaff is going to have this
Allstaff,
game?
yeah, Johnny Allstaff, yeah.
1-1 to Pham. Runs well. Tough guy to double up, you would think. Tapped, foul.
Right, we have a good hitter here, tough to double up. A pretty complete ball player in Tommy Pham, and you figure you want the guy with the best chance of striking him out right here. Otherwise, there's going to be a run if he puts the ball in play. In most instances, fly ball, base hit, ground ball to either side of an infielder where he can beat the ball out and need a strikeout.
See if it's the breaking ball. Fastball. 97 miles per hour. 2 down. And that'll bring up Jose Martinez.
Terrific job of pitching right there by Presley. Great move by Paul Molitor bringing in the strikeout. The fellow out of the bullpen he thinks has the best chance of striking out a good hitter because you just don't want that guy to put it in play. It's too many ways a run can score. Great job.
Now Martinez. Martinez has reached all 3 times. Lance Lynn walked him in the first when he scored, drove in a run with a single in the second, then led off the 5th with a double and scored to make it a 4-2 ball game. There's a breaking ball and a called strike. Blocked by Garver, keeping both runners at bay. Twin starter Lance Lynn lasted just 3 innings, gave up 3 runs.
That was a good block there by Mitch Garver. And again, he's got to be aware. Presley's got a great curveball. He's got a lot of bite on it. Every once in a while, he'll throw it over late release, and that ball will spike in the dirt. Mitch has got to be ready.
1-1. At the knees at 97. It's just a really good pitch.
That's just a really, really, really good pitch.
1-2 to Jose Martinez. Chop towards Dozier. He gets a chest high hop, and Presley puts out the fire in the 6th. Presented by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. Twins trying to make it 4 straight against the Cardinals. And get a game closer to the 500 mark, which is the first goal. And the Cardinals bring in their next relief pitcher, their second relief pitcher of the ballgame, Matt Bowman. Twins saw him in St. Louis. He had a good outing against the Twins. And he'll face Mitch Garver, Logan Morrison, and Byron Buxton. Garver's bounced into a...
Yep. Sorry, just gonna say he pitched much better against the Twins than his numbers would indicate. See if the Twins can get him a second time around.
Garver's bounced into a couple of double plays. He will lead off the 6th and be followed by Morrison and Buxton. Strike at the knees. Cardinals had to make a move today. Luke Gregerson put on the disabled list with a right shoulder impingement. strike two. So the veteran Luke Gregerson, who pitched last night, is now on the disabled list. 4 pitches have gone on the DL in the last week. Starter Carlos Martinez, Tyler Lyons, and Adam Wainwright. 0-2. And Garver fouls it.
It's an interesting motion from Bowman, isn't it? He starts in the stretch position and then basically winds up from there. Very deliberate motion. He starts, once he gets a sign, he starts in the stretch position, like many relievers do now. So there's the stretch position. I've got my sign. Now I'm winding up.
And Garver takes outside. 1-2. Twins won a couple of ball games in Anaheim late. Won the ball game yesterday late. Trying to do it again here today. Pop foul, out of play. If you just joined us, the news today regarding Jason Castro. Tough news for the Twins. Knee surgery that was performed yesterday found a larger issue in the right knee than anticipated. Jason Castro is done for the year. So Mitch Garver becomes the #1 catcher for the Twins. And he takes a ball. 2-2.
And it will be interesting to see if Derek Falvey and Thad Levine go looking for catching help.
Popped up center field. Pham coming in, still coming in, and he makes the catch. Second baseman Garcia kind of gave up on that. Pham had to sprint in for the first out. June 1st is Skol Night at Target Field. A limited number of Skol theme night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket and a Twins purple Skol cap. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/Skol or call 800-33-TWINS. One down, and now Logan Morrison walked, then tried to bunt his way aboard leading off the 4th, but was thrown out by Michaelis. Up and away, ball 1. Well,
and to Justin's point,
yeah, they've not put on the extreme shift
right. Third baseman
for Morrison.
Yep, they got a third baseman again.
See where they're playing more conventionally than they did before the bunt. And now 2-0. And now that it's 2-0, they figure, hey, Logan Morrison wants to hit one out in the plaza. He's going to be pulling the ball. So now Jerko swings over to the right side.
And the fact that there's one out makes a difference too. As we mentioned when it happened, when Morrison tried to bunt before, leading off an inning, a little different than with one out, and especially a 2-0 count here.
And he takes ball 3.
And you can see by the way he took that ball, there was a lot of aggression getting ready to uncork there on that 2-0 fastball had it been the one he wanted.
Took a strike. Three and 1 with Buxton on deck. That's hit well to left field. That's got some carry. It's gone. A 3-1 pitch, and Morrison goes deep to the opposite field.
Terrific swing by Logan Morrison. Again, left-hand hitter, primarily a low ball hitter. Longer swing, which means the low ball is easier to hit than the high ball. But what I loved about this is that he drove back through the ball. 3-1, didn't try to pull it. Ball sinking away, and he goes right with it. Instead of rolling over to second base, he drives right back through the ball. Big, strong man. Puts it in the seats to left field. Terrific swing right there.
And now Buxton in a 1-run game with 1 out. Inside, nearly hit his jersey.
Such a big run right there. Get him back within 1 run here in the 6th inning. Big swing by Logan Morrison.
Strike called, 1-1. If this is an at-bat for Buxton, it will be the 140th at-bat for Buxton and Sano on the season. Total. There's a strike called on the outside corner. Now, Buxton and Sano mean so much to this Twins team, and so much to the lineup. That's half the number of at-bats the Twins were hoping for at the start of the year.
It's not enough. Clearly.
1-2 to Buxton. Be a great marketing campaign, wouldn't it? Thunder and lightning, because that's kind of what they mean to this Twins lineup. Sano's got the thunder and Buxton's got the lightning.
And the thing about it is, I mean, forget about them both being absolutely on top of their game offensively. Even if Sano's not swinging well and Byron's not swinging well. So we watch the 2-2 pitch here. Even in that scenario, a pitch will come up there and settle in the middle of the plate where Sano hits the ball 9 miles for a big home run. And there will be a time like last night when, just because of Byron's speed, the game changes. They are game changers even when they're not going perfectly well. And the only way they can get going well is to have a lot of at-bats.
Tap foul. Oh my, where'd that foul ball get him? Still playing with a healing broken toe. And Buxton reacted like that ball either was fouled into the toe or very near. Oh, it's the back foot. Okay. Well, it's easy for me to say, but that's better than the other.
It's the other toe.
Well, he can't limp, right? I mean, if both feet are barking. 2-2. A protective pad covering the left big toe. Another 2-2 coming to Byron Buxton. And now 3-2. Adrianza on deck.
The other thing about having Buxton and Sano in the lineup at the same time is the left-handers that they won't see.
Pop straight up in the air. Pena is back. And he's got it for out number 2. That'll bring up Adrianza, but first a look back at Logan Morrison's 5th home run of the year.
Well, we're looking at StatCast. Exit velocity we know is going to be up over 100. He hit the ball in the seats, but especially to the opposite field. He's a strong man. As I said, I love the fact that he drove back through that ball rather than trying to hit the right field seats.
Adrianza 0 for 2. 2 balls hit to left field. One of them hit rather smartly. And now 0-2 to Adrianza. As we get into the latter part of this game, the Twins have 3 bench players: Eduardo Escobar, Robbie Grossman, and Bobby Wilson. Jordan Hicks, looks like he's loose, ready to come in if called upon. Inside, and it's 1-2. And now 2-2. How many second generation catchers in a family have there been with Francisco, the son of Tony?
I can think of catchers who had sons that played, but not behind the plate.
Right. I mean, Dale Barrow was
an infielder. Yep. Bob Boone, all of his sons were infielders.
And his father Ray was an infielder too, right? Ray Boone, I believe.
Yes, I believe he was. He was not a catcher. I know that.
Full count to Adrianza trying to extend the 6th.
I think that's pretty easy to figure out. The father just saying, "Don't get back there." You crazy?
Change up, and he just got a piece of it to stay alive. Yeah, you would think if you're a son and every night your father comes home and he's groaning when he gets into the easy chair.
Fingers all dislocated. Son take one look and said, "Nah,
not for me.
Not for me."
Full count to Adrianza. Well, just got a text from Thad Levine. The Buteras, right in front of my nose.
Well, of course.
You know, I just saw Sal a few days ago, and we'll see.
Yep, we saw Sal in Chicago.
That's where it was. And we'll see Drew here shortly. Full count to Adrianza. Having an extended at bat here in the 6th. Strike 3 at the knees. Twins get one back on Morrison's home run. It's a 1-run ball game heading to the 7th. Story of the game.
Jose Martinez with a base hit to right field in the 2nd inning made the score 3-1 at the time for St. Louis. And then DeYoung slashed a double to right field, scoring Martinez in the 5th inning. Logan Morrison just last inning, bottom of the 6th, would crash one to left field, opposite field home run. And that's where we are, 4-3 here, entering the top of the 7th.
DeYoung will lead things off against Presley. And missing up an in-ball 1. DeYoung, Ozuna, and Fowler. Cardinals got a couple in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd. Those runs charged to Lance Lynn, and then a run in the 5th charged to Taylor Rogers when the inning started with a pair of doubles. Fouled away into the seats behind Trevor Bauer. The Cleveland Indians beat Detroit 6-0. So the best the Twins can do is come back, win this game, and stay just a half game behind Cleveland. Both Cleveland and Minnesota with an off day tomorrow. Down low, 2-1.
Well, I will say again, I'd love to see the Twins end the month of May at no worse than 500. Just get back to 500 by the end of May. You got 4 months to have people back and healthy. Get yourself a good roll into the All-Star break. Just get back to 500 this month. If you get better than that, that's just icing on the cake.
And be thankful for the division that you are in, because right now the Blue Jays are playing .500 baseball, but they're 8 games back. And
yeah,
Oakland
the Yankees and the Red Sox are going to be awfully good all year long. Those are just very, very solid teams. I don't see, barring injury, I don't see a derailing there.
And Presley with a walk of DeYoung to start the 7th inning. Man's been pretty stingy with the walks. Zach Duke getting loose for Fowler. Presley will get Ozuna here, and then Fowler's difficulties against lefties have been noted. The other Twins left-handed reliever, Zach Duke, will very likely face him. Ozuna 0 for 3, a strikeout, 2 outfield flies. And a foul fly, 1 strike. Ozuna last year hit .312, 37 home runs, 124 runs batted in. And this is another foul pop. This may stay on the playing field. Morrison out and right on top of the railing. Cardinals gave up 4 prospects to get Ozuna.
He's a good player, very dangerous hitter. Obviously, those stats prove that to be the case, if not superlatives, way better than dangerous. He's a good hitter.
I don't know that any middle market team has done a better job over the years than picking off players in their prime than the Cardinals. That's hit to center, and Buxton makes the catch. I mean, just think back over the last 20 years or so. Matt Holliday, Mark McGuire, Jim Edmonds, and there's probably 3 or 4 others. They were getting into their peak, and then they had a good extended run in St. Louis of all places.
I still think one of the best things that the Cardinals have done over the years is continue to build quality players depth-wise throughout their organization, from big leagues all the way down to A-ball. It's what the Twins have really started to do. I think Derek and Thad have done a terrific job in a short period of time of stockpiling quality bodies from the big leagues all the way down, with which you can make some deals, some transformational deals, or some deals that can take you to from whatever level you are to the next one higher. And the Twins haven't been in a situation like that in a while, where they could do anything else but trade one cornerstone player trying to get another cornerstone player.
Right.
The Cardinals have been kind of the model of being able to have enough prospects where they could make a smart deal.
Strike 1 to
I think
Fowler.
The Twins are starting to get to that point where they've got some things with which to deal. Then the next part is being smart about it.
Right.
But you can't even begin to try to get smart about it unless you have enough depth throughout the organization to make a difference in a trade.
Presley left in to face Fowler. It looked like Zach Duke was ready to come in and turn Fowler into a right-handed batter, where he's 1 for 31. And the pitch misses 2-1.
I think the fact that Jerko's on deck prevented that. Fowler much worse right-handed, but still hitting a .180 left-handed, and Presley with the good stuff, and Jerko coming up next. Presley may not pitch to Carpenter after Jerko, but
3-1. The inning started with a walk to DeYoung.
And that's the only thing that stands in, again, as with most pitchers, with excellent stuff, and Presley is certainly that. The only thing that stands in this young man's way is every once in a while just losing it. To walk here, the 3-1 to a guy hitting 180. See, that's inexplicable. It just great stuff, and all of a sudden he put 2 guys on base via the walk.
Just his 9th and 10th walks of the year. This summer, the World Cup is coming to Fox and FS1. Every match live and over 300 hours of coverage. The world's biggest sporting event begins June 14th on Fox and FS1. Garvin Alston to the mound, leaving the Twins with just 2 mound visits left. We're in the 7th inning. And Garvin Alston trying to coax another out or 2 from Ryan Presley. Jerko the batter, he's 0 for 3. So the Twins using quite a few mound visits here, 4 through 6 and a fraction innings. Jerko will hit. He lined out to Dozier softly, struck out in the 3rd, and fouled out to Morrison. Strike at the knees.
One of the things that Garvin Alston and the Twins work on with Presley is, you see, when he gets in trouble, he'll lean his upper body back toward first base a lot, and it gets his arm out of slot. And they have to remind him to stay over his lower body.
Buxton has the ball deflect, and a run will score. A sinking line drive that landed in front of Byron. And Jerko gets a hit. The Cardinals get a run back, and they lead again by 2. Fowler going to third base, and the 2 walks have already hurt Presley and the Twins. Replay brought to you by Carrier.
Yeah, Buxton just couldn't quite get to the ball, and then has it run up his arm a little bit. The key there, 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Jerko's a good fastball hitter, and he does a good job lining that ball in the right center. That young man can hit a fastball.
A couple of walks for Presley. And I think he has some words with Angel Hernandez as he comes off the field. In Detroit, where Michael Brantley continues to sting the baseball. He's been the bright spot in what's been otherwise kind of a flat couple of weeks for the Indians. 3 hits again today. Trevor Bauer with a good start, and the Indians beat the Tigers. And Ryan Presley with a couple of walks early in the 7th inning, then a base hit. Cardinals lead 5-3. Runners on the corners with 1 out. And former Cardinal Zach Duke will face Matt Carpenter. Breaking ball missing inside.
Carpenter really struggling. You would not have thought this guy could be hitting what he's hitting. I mean, ever. just don't think about Carpenter hitting 145, and he's hitting 091 against left-handers. Hence the Zach Duke arrival, trying to get a strikeout or a double play, something.
There's a swing and a miss. And for Carpenter, it hasn't been just this year. I mean, the numbers have been going backwards, if you will, for a number of years. He had 272 in 15, 271 in 16, 241 last year. And a lot of strikeouts along the way. Hit as high as 318 in 2013. 1-1 to Carpenter. Down the line, and he gets a big hit against his former teammate. Fowler will score. Jerko to third. He'll be held there. A double for Matt Carpenter. And the Cardinals have their biggest lead, 3 runs.
Well, high curveball there. Not anywhere close to where Zach Duke was trying to throw the ball. And again, when a guy's struggling, you just really want to punish him and not give him a cookie pitch. And you know, it's one thing. I mean, that pitcher will get hit by a guy that's hot, but it will also get hit by a guy that's struggling. I mean, it's almost like you put the ball in the tee for a guy and say, "No, you're struggling, but here, see, how about this one?"
The Twins have to bring the infield in now. And Adrianza off balance throw coming home, got him. Good play by Adrianza. A backhanded pickup and an off balance throw. Not a force play, so Garver had to put on the tag.
Very nice play all the way around. Started by the shortstop, Adrianza. He has to charge the ball. The only chance he has is to get to that hop. Then he has to throw off balance. And then watch the tag down quickly to the knee and got him just before a better slide. And I think Jerko had been safe. He kind of hit and was stopped. I don't know why you do a stand-up slide at the plate. A hard slide through the plate there. He might have been safe, but a good play by Adrianza.
So many times you see the players, the runners now, going in head first, sliding into the right-handed batter's box, and then reaching for the plate with a hand.
A la Randy Bush in the '87 World Series.
Except back then it was a novelty. Nowadays, with the collision rules, everybody does it.
Yeah, there's impunity now.
7th man to bat. Strike on the outside corner. Bader is pinch hitting for Garcia. Cardinals hoping to break it open here. Swing and a miss on 2. Couple in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the 5th, and now a couple here in the 7th. Duke trying to keep the Twins in this game. Twins have issued 6 walks in this game. 4 of those have scored. Changeup ends the inning. A big swing and a miss. 2 walks early in the 7th inning, and both runners came around to score. Your day, happy 100th birthday on June 21st from her favorite grandson Mark, and they just won $100 in scratch tickets for being our feature in today's Minnesota Lottery Winner Circle. If you're game for a little excitement, say I'm in. And the Twins trying to come back now. It's a 3-run deficit. Cardinals, of course, trying to beat the Twins for the first time this year. And Hicks is the new Cardinal pitcher. And you can see his numbers very, very good. So the Twins will have their work cut out for them, but still 3 innings worth of at-bats.
Well, here's the one guy that will dispel the notion that you ought not walk people. 13 walks, and he's got a sub-1 ERA.
Right. Colton Wong in at second base, and a pitch down and in to Petit.
And you see why. 100-mile-an-hour fastball that bottom seemed to drop out of.
Up and away. Hitters here in the 7th. Petit, Mauer, and Dozier. Petit's reached both times with a single and a walk. Three and 0. Petit drew a leadoff walk. And the Twins got a warning track fly ball and a base hit later in the inning, but didn't score. Wow, 4-pitch walk to start the 7th. All right, well, Twins issued 6 walks, leading to 4 St. Louis runs. We'll see if the Twins can do something with this leadoff walk in the 7th. Mauer with 2 singles, 1 run batted in, and a warning track fly ball to left field. So he's put the ball in play sharply 3 times. Hughes getting loose in the Twins pen.
Dick, I will bet my house against your lake home that Joe takes this pitch.
Strike 1.
Did you take that?
I didn't take the bet.
Okay.
Twins rolling the lineup over, starting the 4th trip through the lineup. Strike 2.
Oh man. Yeah, Joe said no, it's down. Angel, it's just down. The ball's down.
Well,
no, I'm not saying it. I'm saying that's what Joe's saying.
0-2 to Mauer. And lifted foul over the tarp.
Joe is such a wonderful guy, and he's the same way with everybody, and even umpires. The one thing that I would have said, I could tell Joe nothing about hitting, as great a hitter as he has been. The only thing that I would ever have wished that Joe would have done differently is be a little bit more aggressive with the home plate umpires, telling them when they're wrong about pitches.
Nice backhanded pick by Pena.
And the reason I say that is because Joe sees the ball. He walks. He takes pitches that are close. He knows the strike zone better than anybody. He sees the ball better than umpires. I always felt like he should have taken that attitude with umpires, and not terribly disrespectfully, but just to say, ball's outside. I see the ball better. I know the strike zone better than you do. The ball's outside, and then never ask him if he swings and misses a pitch. Just never say was that a strike or not.
Another foul.
But I think Joe merits the ability to tell umpires where the ball is. Ball's inside, ball's outside, ball's high or low, and not take any heat from umpires. He's earned that. He's got the best eye of anybody in baseball, has had for 15 years. I think he's just a tad too nice to umpires.
1-2. Taken low. That was 101 miles per hour. He's standing up there with 2 strikes. How do you How do you take the pitch? I mean, it's coming at you in a blur.
A blur with movement. And,
yeah.
But, you know, Joe sees the ball early and well. You know, better than most in both instances. I think he sees it earlier and he sees it better. His head stays so still.
Breaking ball misses. 3-2.
That's the one that for most of us mortals, that would have been a pitch where the guy throwing 101, then he flips that slider up there. We'd have been so concerned about getting the bat hit going to get to 101 that we'd have swung at that 85-mile-an-hour breaking ball. But Joe is content to let the ball travel even when it's 101. He's okay letting the ball travel and taking a real good look at it.
Full count to Mauer. Petit at first. Double playground right to Jerko, and the Cardinals go around the horn 2 away.
Joe hit it sharply, but right at the third baseman. A lot of places this ball could have gone. It went right to him.
So 2 down, bases empty for Dozier. And Bryan is 0 for 3. Breaking ball over for a strike. Maybe we found out how Hicks has survived his errant control. Walk a guy, get a ground ball, 2 outs.
Well, yeah, I might walk 3 guys, but I got 101 and a nasty slider. What are you going to do about it?
Oh, 2 to Brian Dozier.
I got to believe that maybe in the back of or maybe forefront of Matheny's mind, the Cardinals' mind, they might be grooming a closer here. Pretty big luxury to have a guy throwing 101 with a nasty slider coming in the 7th.
High fly, center field. Pham drifts back to end the inning, and we go to the 8th with the Cardinals up 6-3.
I'm Anthony LaPanta, inside Mall of America studio. Next up for the Twins, another National League Central opponent invades Target Field. The Brewers are in town for the first of a 3-game series Friday night. You can see it right here on Fox Sports North. Twins Live, get you started. 6:30 start. Now let's head back over to the ballpark.
Yeah, it's been an odd schedule for the Twins beyond the weather that created so many problems in April. Twins continue to play teams not just outside their division, outside their league. Phil Hughes will pitch for the Twins here in the 8th inning. First man he'll face is Tommy Pham. And a pitch outside, ball 1. Twins have played more interleague games and games within their division. Earlier had a 2-game set with the Pirates, 3 games with the Reds, 4 with the Cardinals. This one lifted high and deep to right field. Gone. A home run for Tommy Pham. His 8th of the year. And the Cardinals keep adding on runs. He got 1 in the 5th, a couple in the 7th, and now 1 early here in the 8th.
We talked about him in the open of the show. During the show, he's an impact player at the top of the lineup. Can do a lot of things well, one of which is hit the ball out of the ballpark.
92. Maybe a little too much of the plate, but Pham's a good hitter. And he hits a home run, and now Jose Martinez. Ball 1. Within the division, Twins have played the White Sox 5 times and the Indians twice. That's it. We haven't seen Detroit or Kansas City yet. And the weather a factor because 3 of the games here with Chicago were postponed because of the blizzard. But the Twins have seen the Reds, they've seen the Pirates, Cardinals, they'll see the Brewers, and then eventually they'll see the Cubs too. 1-1. Off the plate, 2-1. Twins were hoping to get a long, productive start from Lance Lynn. As it turned out, they got neither. And the Twins now trying to get through the game with Hughes, their 5th relief pitcher. And he needs to get people out, obviously, but this might be a case where Hughes would get 2 innings of work rather than 1. 2-2. And he gets a strikeout. Buzzing 93 just off the plate. And that'll bring up DeYoung. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand at home, in the office, or on the go with MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB At Bat Premium, allowing you to watch live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackout, other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Ball 1 to DeYoung. DeYoung's reached his last 3 times, a couple of walks, and a damaging double into the right field corner back in the 5th inning. On the outside corner, 1-1. I say damaging because Martinez had just doubled. Strike 2. And so the Cardinals added a run in the 5th, and then, as we said, 2 in the 7th and 1 so far here in the 8th. Pop up behind second. 2 down.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Minnesota Twins, LLC.
So I think I know I'll be working with Bert this weekend. When will we have you back in the booth, Mr. Smalley?
I can't tell you that.
How long we've been working together? We've been working together for.
Well, it's not that I don't. It's not that I don't want to tell you.
Okay. You trust me.
You're right that we will work together again.
Okay, but you don't know when.
It will be somewhat later this year.
Flying into center, Buxton catches it. The inning ends, but the inning starts with a Tommy Pham home run, and it's 7-3.
Bottom of the 8th inning at Target Field. Coming up after the final out, we'll bring you Twins Live presented by CenturyLink. And today we'll take a look at Lance Lynn facing his former team, the St. Louis Cardinals, and Lynn not having the day that he had hoped. 3 innings for Lynn is all he got. We'll hear from one of the Cardinals after the game, too, on what it was like to hit against him. Plus, we will look at Minnesota's left-handed batters, guys like Joe Mauer, Eddie Rosario, Max Kepler, Logan Morrison. They had pretty good days at the plate, despite the Twins not overall putting up a lot of offense, just the 3 runs so far. And we will hear from Paul Molitor all right after the game. Dick and Roy.
All right, thank you, Marty. Twins got some work to do, down by 4 runs, and they'll try to get some of that deficit trimmed with Greg Holland on the mound. First man he'll face, Eddie Rosario. Strike on the outside corner. Rosario with 3 singles. His most recent single, a little pop fly down the left field line. Different role to play on his pitching staff, but Holland's had kind of the same problem that Lance Lynn has had. Somebody who didn't typically have serious control issues, but Holland now has walked 11 men and 11 in the 3rd innings. Then you mix in 10 hits. And now 2-1 to Rosario.
It's interesting, isn't it? The pitchers that did not have spring training signed late.
Alex Cobb for the Orioles.
Holland, Lance Lynn, they're all struggling to find their normal rhythm.
Three and 1. Kepler on deck. And a walk to start the inning. Talking about future closers for the Cardinals, and that might very well be that Hicks will be that guy, but one of the reasons is this guy was signed to be a closer and he hasn't pitched well enough to earn the role. You can see what he did last year, and it was a tremendous first half for Holland with the Rockies and a little less so in the second half. But just 26 walks last year, and he's already walked a dozen this year in 11 1/3 innings. Here is Kepler. Popped up left side. Jerko drifting back. It's the shortstop DeYoung in the outfield grass, and Kepler is quickly retired. The women's baseball experience returns Saturday, and it is brought to you by Mayo Clinic Sports Medicine. Twins clinicians and coaching staff will lead participants in an interactive on-field baseball clinic and include panels featuring women in sports and nutrition. Learn more. Sign up today at twinsbaseball.com/women's clinic. Here's Mitch Garver. Over for a strike. Been a tough day for Garver at the plate. He's bounced into a couple of double plays early on. He took a couple of foul tips against the mask. Strike two.
Holland with that off-speed pitch that goes down like a split finger change up that he swears is a slider. Although I've never seen a slider action look like that, but that's what he says. Very effective. It acts like a split finger fastball. That one right there. And that's been his bread and butter. He's got enough fastball to show hitters that get fastball in their mind, and then that pitch, when it's on, when he's thrown well, that pitch comes up looking like it's going to be a knee or mid-thigh high strike with a fastball, and the bottom drops out of it.
1-2.
Trying to go fastball away, hit the outside corner. You see the target.
Up the middle, under the glove of a diving DeYoung. Garver's aboard. And that'll bring up Morrison with 2 men aboard. Hot ground ball for a base hit. Twins might have something going here in the 8th inning. Time now for today's Coors Light refreshing finish.
Logan Morrison put a charge in a 3-1 fastball that was tailed away from him, went with it. Hit it in the left field seats. It was a big run at the time. It got the Twins within 1 run in the 6th inning. The Twins have not been able to score more since then, and the Cardinals have added 3 more runs.
So the Twins can get back with 1 swing here. 2 men aboard, 1 out. And a base hit to right. Rosario around third. They'll wave him in, and now the tying run will come to the plate with Morrison drawing a walk, hitting a home run, and driving in another run with a single here in the 8th. Another guy who walked has scored. And Buxton to the plate as the tying run, but he'll be pinch hit for by Robbie Grossman.
Looked like the ball got in on Morrison just a little bit, but he had enough strength to muscle it in the outfield. Hit it in a great spot because Mitch Garver could truck all the way over around to third.
Grossman for Buxton with 1 out in the 8th inning. The remaining bench players are Escobar and Wilson. Grossman the call here because he's a switch hitter and because he's an outfielder. Outside ball 1.
And because he won't swing at a ball that's not a strike.
1-0. Taking ball 2.
It's a great take. It really is. That's the pitch right there that Holland's used to guys swinging at. Looking for a fastball. The ball comes up there looking like one. And then, as I said, the bottom drops out. You can see it with that pitch. And so many guys swing at that pitch.
Adrian's on deck. Bud Norris getting loose in a hurry. He is the current Cardinal closer. The only out Holland's gotten was on the first pitch he threw to Max Kepler, a pop up to the shortstop. Over for a strike.
So Robbie's got to do another good job of seeing the ball here. 3-1 count. You want it to be a fastball count, but with many pitchers, and certainly not Holland, this is not necessarily an automatic fastball count.
Plenty of mound visits left, and the Cardinals figure, hey, why not? Game's on the line here. We'll use one. They still have 4 left. Head home after the game. This is the last game between these two teams. This would be a good spot for a double. Three and one. And a walk will load them up. Adrianza will bat. No, he won't. Escobar will be announced as a pinch hitter. So the tying run is now aboard with Escobar hitting for Adrianza.
Might have been called a strike. Generally speaking, though, when a pitcher's struggling to throw the ball over the plate, you don't get the close calls, and that's what happened there. Paul could have been legitimately called ball or strike. But Robbie Gross was, like I said a minute ago, he's just not going to swing at a bad ball. And 3-1, he wasn't going to swing at that one.
Well, comes Mike Matheny to make a pitching change in another disappointing outing for Greg Holland. He's faced 5 batters here today, walked 2, given up 2 hits, and he's left a mess for Norris to try to clean up in the 8th inning. There's only 1 out. And Norris will try to come in and pin down a 5-out save. By issuing a couple of walks and giving up a couple of hits in the 8th inning, Holland signed after the regular season had started, so he's really trying to make up for lost time, and he's not getting the results he'd hoped, much less what the Cardinals had hoped for from him. So Bud Norris comes in with 5 outs to get and a 3-run lead with 3 runners on base.
Well, 8 for 8 in save opportunities, and you see that great strikeout to walk ratio as well. Been very effective. Eduardo Escobar going to go up there and look for a low fastball.
We mentioned during Grossman's plate appearance, it'd be a nice spot for a double. Well, this guy has 16 of them. Only one guy in the major leagues has more doubles than Eduardo Escobar. That's Kevin Pillar of the Blue Jays. He's got 17. So Escobar stands in after Grossman drew a pinch hit walk. Swing and a miss at 96.
Yep, not up there. That's not where he's good. Make that ball be down. Even if it's a strike, even though that was a strike. Early in the count, the percentages aren't with you swinging at a ball that's not your pitch with the bases loaded.
And Escobar, tired of waiting, backs out of the box, asks for time. Very high, 1-1. Morris, the 5th Cardinal reliever. Taken low, and it's 2-1. Probably is not going to walk Escobar here. You saw just 3 walks for Norris in 19 1/3 innings, but he's got to throw a strike here.
Yeah, it's a big pitch. 2-1. Does not want to go to 3-1. Escobar doesn't want to go to 2-2. So this is a critical pitch right here. And what I mean by that is if it's not put in play, whether it's a strike or ball, really turns the tide in one direction or the other for the pitcher or for the hitter.
2-1 to Escobar. Fouled away, 2-2.
That was a pitch right there that I think Escobar wanted it. You know, he's throwing it up there 95, 96 miles an hour. Not easy to hit. But that was more in a spot that this is more in a spot right here that Escobar can handle the ball. We've seen that one. Dick mentioned we've seen doubles on that pitch and home runs.
2-2 to Eduardo Escobar. Got him at 97 miles per hour. Power against power. 2 down.
Yep, just rear back and throw it hard. Middle just a little bit away. Eduardo couldn't catch up with it.
Now Petit, who has a single and 2 walks. Just need to get something out of this. Set the stage for maybe more coming back in the 9th inning. That's a wild pitch. And they'll get one more anyway. And a hit now to the outfield might tie the game. A very wild pitch out of the hand of Norris.
I think that shocked everybody on both sides of the field. Norris generally I mean, he just spiked that one. Generally great control in terms of walking people.
Nothing Pena could do about that.
No. No, it's a pretty good play. Just get a glove on it.
1-0 to Petit. Grossman, the tying run, is at second. strike call, and it's 1-1. Petit winces.
Yeah, he didn't like it. He wanted it to be high. Little cut fastball, it looked like. Upper limits of the strike zone. Might have been a high strike. Not the pitch Petit wanted to hit.
Very high. Stopped, but not caught by Pena, and it's 2-1. Two and one to Petit. Fouled back as he tried to put the Twins in front with that swing. Good cut. Since being called up, Petit with 7 hits and 15 at bats. All 7 hits have been singles.
He's got some big hits and drawn some big walks. Big situation here. See if he can get a ball down where he can handle it.
Grounded to short. Scooped by DeYoung and holding the bag. Jeff Smith says that the foot came off the bag. And he may have had a better angle at that call than Paul Nart. So hold on. The out call is made. And let's imagine a world where the challenge is successful. The interesting thing will be to see how many runs will have crossed the plate.
I
think he's on the bag, don't you?
I don't know that he's on right there. I got to believe he believes he's on.
And the Twins are not going to challenge. They get a couple back in the 8th. Have to fire in the 8th inning, and how many will he have left here in the 9th? With Addison Reed on the mound, some changes both in the infield and the outfield. We'll get you caught up with those as well. But Addison Reed coming in for the 20th time this year.
And has pitched very, very well, with the exception of just a couple of ball games and really just a couple of pitches. One pitch in each one of those ball games. Has pitched well, and he's been a workhorse for Paul Molitor. Here's the defensive changes.
Kepler moving from right to center. Grossman taking over in right. Petit moving from third to short, with Escobar in the game at third. And on the mound, Reed trying to keep this a 7-5 game. Fowler will lead things off. First pitch grounded foul. Fowler, Jerko, and Carpenter. The Twins will have the top of their lineup up in the bottom of the ninth. Down and in, 1-1. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball, down and in. And Escobar will swing to the right side of the infield. Fouled over the Cardinal dugout. One and two. And looped over the head of Dozier. A soft single to right for Fowler. He has 2 hits and 2 walks in the ball game this afternoon. And that'll get us to Jerko. But first, join Fox Sports North for Kids in the City, benefiting boys and girls clubs of the Twin Cities. Tuesday, June 5th, tickets are $75 and includes a ticket to the Twins game. But if you can't make it to the event, you can still make a difference in the lives of club kids. A donation of $5, $10, or $20 can provide meals, sports team registration, or literacy programming supplies during the summer. Tickets are on sale now at boysandgirls.org/kidsinthecity. Fowler was thrown out trying to steal in the 3rd inning. And a foul ball. Jerko with an RBI single his last time up. Missing inside, 1-1.
Good pitch right there from Addison Reed for a pitcher that wants to live on that outside corner with both his fastball and especially the cut fastball or slider. Showing a good fastball hitter. That pitch in there is important. And then go back out there. He wants to live out there on the outside part of the plate. And you can't live out there if you allow the hitter to live out there with you. So you have to keep him honest inside.
The old "that's my half of the plate, you can have the other half," right?
Right.
1-2. Sharply hit. Dozier with a nice pickup to the bag from the air over to first. A double play. All around, Dozier to Petit to Morrison. Great plays turn into a double play.
Athletic plays all around. Brian Dozier with soft, lightning fast hands to pick that hop that came up on him after Jerko had hit it hard. You see it here. Why that ball cut? He comes up, he stays with it. Now Petit has to athletically jump over the runner, and he's got a nice arm. There's a pick there. Come up with it, feed the runner, and watch him complete the double play.
Nicely done. 2 down. And now Matt Carpenter. Just outside a ball.
The double play is still one of the prettiest plays in sport, I think. I come by that feeling naturally, I guess. I'm a little biased,
right.
But I think it's a beautiful play.
How important is it? Because Petit's played a little short here with the Twins. Dozier's the second baseman. How important is being on the field with your double play partner for a substantial amount of time?
It helps incrementally.
Okay.
These guys are big league players, and on most plays, they've been taking throws from somebody on the other side of the second base for their whole lives, and the throws don't get at all that much different.
2-1. Driven hard to right center field. And that's down for a hit. That double play looming very large now. Back-to-back doubles for Carpenter. And 3 straight hits for the Cardinal first baseman. So Reed getting hit around here a little bit. The base hit that started the inning was soft. The other 2 balls have been hit right on the button.
Yep, low fastball in the middle of the plate. That's where Carpenter's pretty good. All it takes is sometimes that little bleeder that he dunked into left field to get a guy going. After he got that, then he hit the double down the right field line on a hanging curveball from Zach Duke, and now that fastball there is his best swing of the day. Let's see if Addison Reed can come back and finish it off, finish the inning off right here. Get the top lineup up there, see what they can do in the bottom of the 9th.
It's been kind of the story of the Cardinal lead so far. The fact that the Twins bullpen, which has had both good moments and bad in the first quarter of the season. I mean, Lance Lynn left after the 3rd inning, but then they got a run in the 5th against Taylor Rogers, a couple of runs in the 7th against Ryan Presley, a run in the 8th against Phil Hughes. Reed trying to put up a 0. He's ahead, and now there's a ball. Garver will pick it up out of the grass, and Carpenter will move to 3rd. 1-1. The batter is Pena. Big cut by Pena and a foul straight back. Got it. A scoreless 9th for Reed, and we'll see what Mauer, Dozier and company can do. Maybe get a walk-off win here this afternoon. Did it twice in Anaheim. They did it to the Cardinals last night, trying to steal one late. There have been 2 walk-off wins for the Twins, one of them in Puerto Rico. So we'll see what Joe Mauer could do. To start the 9th inning, the Twins sent 7 men to the plate, scored a couple of runs in the 8th. They'd like a similar inning here in the 9th. Bauer with 2 singles, a warning track fly ball, and a ground ball double play. Joe looks back at Angel Hernandez again. Strike 1. Norris had to get the last 2 outs of the 8th inning. Took him 10 pitches to do that. Strike 2. Back to the mound, underhanded by Norris, picked off shoe tops by Carpenter, 1 away. And that'll bring up Dozier. Dozier 0 for 4. Strikeout, a couple of ground outs where he's reached in a fielder's choice and a fly ball to center. Very high breaking ball, 1-0. Norris actually much tougher against lefties than righties. He's got reverse splits. Bryan with a swing and a miss at the fastball, 1-1. Up and away, 2-1.
If Brad can work out some kind of way to get on here, just get the tight run to the plate with Rosario and Kepler coming up. You just never know. They need to get somebody on base.
Two and one for the Twin second baseman. 3-1. Greg Holland started the 8th inning. He gave up a couple of hits and a couple of walks, and Norris had to put out the fire in the 8th. With Rosario on deck, 3-1 to Dozier. And 95 right down the middle, 3-2.
Brian betting there that whenever he throws 3-1, he's going to throw 3-2, and you'd give him 2 chances to walk him there. We talked about him getting on base. I think he's thinking that. Awfully good pitch to take 3-1 though.
And he swung at ball 4.
Yeah, that's the problem. You take that 3-1 pitch, you give yourself an opportunity to get thrown a nasty one that you can't hit.
Freddie Peralta had a great major league debut. The 21-year-old will pitch Saturday against the old man in the pairing, Fernando Romero, all of 23. You can see the pitching matchups for the 3-game series. Brewers, one of the surprise teams in a first place tie essentially with the Pirates in the National League Central. 7 games above the 500 mark. Popped up, backing out of play. 1 strike to Rosario. The Twins are down to their last out. Rosario trying to keep the game alive for Kepler. Talked about Norris's splits. Right-handers hitting 100 points higher, roughly, than left-handers are.
That's hard to. Just in watching his stuff, that's hard to imagine why that would be.
Strike called, and it's 0-2. Twins are hoping to work Norris into some trouble here in the 9th, but he's gotten the first 2 men. There are the splits we were talking about. And a left-hander trying to keep the game alive for the Twins. Popped up left side. Ozuna circling around it, and he makes the catch, and it took 4 tries, but the Cardinals have finally beaten the Twins.
Well, the Twins have played a very good team, very well. Obviously, winning 3 out of the 4 games. They didn't pitch particularly well today, and that's what cost them.
Well, Tom Hanneman, the Twins have alternated losses and wins so far on this homestand. A day off tomorrow, and then they'll open up that series with Milwaukee.
Looking forward to it, Dick. St. Louis salvages the final meeting of a 4-game season series, snapping a season-worst 3-game losing streak in the process. Up next on Twins Live, Justin Morneau joins me to talk about the loss.